Good evening. We're going to call this meeting of the Oceanside City Council to order and start with a roll call, please.
Mayor Weiss.
Here.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Here.
Councilmember Kine.
Here.
Councilmember Rodriguez. Here. Councilmember Sanchez.
Here.
If you will join with me and stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, guys.
If I could have Emerald from the Chamber join me up front for our business member spotlight.
On behalf of the Oceanside Chamber, I'd like to call up Charlie Anderson of Privateer Coal Fire Pizza to be recognized as our Member of the Month for December. Charlie's lived in Oceanside for over 40 years now. He owns multiple businesses here, including the Privateer Coal Fire Pizza, Privateer Marketplace and Wine Bar, and the Buccaneer Cafe. He serves on the board of directors at the Oceanside Chamber, Visit Oceanside, the Oceanside Unified School District, and the South Oceanside Business District. Charlie and his son actually shared the same third grade teacher at Palmquist Elementary, and now that school, along with Lincoln Middle and South O, all grow the organic produce that's used in his restaurant to provide a true farm-to-table local experience. Charlie's been a member of our organization for over 6 years now and has been influential in helping guide local businesses in the food and beverage sector to resources that can help them grow. He's also played a vital role in the beach sand discussion, sharing his perspective as both a longtime resident and business owner. We thank Charlie for his support and dedication to serving our community. At this time, I'll pass the mic off to him to say a few words.
It's an honor, blessing. Thank you very much. I appreciate the award. It's always been really good to work with Scott back there, who is the CEO of the Chamber. He's done a lot of good changes in the Chamber dynamic and helped us a ton in the restaurant industry and allowed us to make some moves that I don't think would have been achieved prior. So I want to thank you, Scott. And to the residents and everyone here in this, thank you. I appreciate it very much. And you, Mayor.
Call Jennifer White up for a proclamation in honor of Remembrance for Victims of Gun Violence Day.
I'm Jennifer White. I'm representing the League of Women Voters of North County. I'm on the board of directors, and I'd like to read this proclamation. Proclamation in honor, Remembrance for Victims of Gun Violence, December 4th, 2019. Whereas every day 100 Americans are killed by gun violence, and Americans are 25 times more likely to be killed by guns than people in other developed countries. And whereas since 1968, more Americans have perished in acts of domestic gun violence than in all wars in our nation's history. And whereas 20 children and 6 teachers were shot and killed at Sandy Hook Elementary School in Newton, Connecticut on December 14, 2012, and whereas it has been 7 years since Sandy Hook, and there have been many more mass shootings, with no effective federal legislation enacted to reduce gun violence since then, and whereas we renew our commitment to reduce gun violence and pledge to do all we can to keep firearms out of the wrong hands and encourage responsible gun ownership to keep our children safe. And whereas the National Vigil to End Gun Violence is a nationwide observance during December 4th through the 14th, 2019, to honor the lives and memories of those killed by gun violence. Now, therefore, be it resolved that I, Peter Weiss, Mayor of the City of Oceanside, California, on behalf of the entire City Council, do hereby declare December 4th, 2019 is a day of remembrance for all victims of Gun Violence Day, and encourage each of us to honor our peacemakers and renew our commitment to action for the prevention of suffering from gun violence in the future. Thank you.
So at this time, we'd like to invite the Oceanside Warriors football team down.
Loving you.
On behalf of the coaches and the parents of the 11U Oceanside Warrior Champs, we just want to say thank you for having us. These boys right here really worked hard on and off the field. They volunteered their time in the community, and they made not only the community proud, but the parents proud and the city of Oceanside proud.
So what'd they do, Coach? What'd they win?
They were the Super Cubo champs of the San Diego AYF League.
Congratulations, boys.
Where are y'all going?
You know, I wanted to add that they were down 2 points at halftime. Would you guys say 6-8? And you came back and won. And now you're going to Las Vegas. Well, you're gonna. Thanks for representing Oceanside, and all best of luck to you. Beat 'em, yeah. Thank you.
At this time, we'll go to our consent calendar, which are items 4 through 16. Do we have any?
No item has been pulled by the public.
Move approval.
A motion and a second. Please vote.
Five-0.
We'll go to item 17, which is our general item, which is authorization to award a contract for the construction of the Oceanside Boulevard Sewer Lift Station. And we're going to have, I believe, Lindsay make the presentation.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council. Lindsay Leahy, Principal Water Engineer with the Water Utilities Department. We're here tonight to discuss the Oceanside Boulevard Sewer Lift Station. Staff is recommending that Council award a contract to TC Construction for $8.458 million, approve a professional service agreement with Valley CM for $979,000 for construction management services, and appropriate $1.1 million to the project budget. This image here is looking at Oceanside Boulevard just west of I-5. What you'll see in the green square is the current location of Oceanside Boulevard Lift Station, which is bordered with Best Western Hotel as well as a gas station. Just to the southwest is the new location of Oceanside Boulevard Lift Station, and it's going to be located at an empty lot. So what you see circled in red is the outline of our current Oceanside Boulevard Lift Station, and as you see, it butts up right against the Best Western Hotel and the gas station right on the corner of Vine Street and Oceanside Boulevard. This is the proposed location of the new Oceanside Boulevard Lift Station that's just to the southwest of the old Fresh and Easy building. And this is an artist's rendition of the architecture for Oceanside Boulevard lift station at the new proposed site. So a little bit of background, this project has been a long time coming. In August of 2014, Council awarded a professional service agreement with IEC to design the new relocated Oceanside Boulevard lift station. In June of 2017, Council actually approved plans and specifications. And in May of 2018, staff went to Planning Commission, and Planning Commission approved the conditional use permit at the new site with the conditions of adjusting the architecture. In July of 2018, we had the bid opening, and of August of 2018, staff came to council and recommended rejection of all bids. December of 2018, just last year, staff presented the modified architecture of the site, which you saw in the previous slide, and Planning Commission approved that architecture. Since December of 2018 to September 2019, staff incorporated the new architecture into the design. In September of 2019, we advertised for bids. In October of this year, we opened all of our bids. On October 29th, we received 9 bids. TC Construction was the apparent low bidder with $8.458 million. TC was considered a responsive and responsible bidder. The original engineer's estimate was $7.8 million. The bids that were received were estimated to be higher than our engineer's estimate due to those architectural improvements, as well as tariffs, increases to prevailing wage, and the current construction market being very lucrative. All bids were considered to be competitive and responsive. The upcoming schedule, pending tonight's contract approval, we would have a pre-construction meeting in January of 2020, start of construction in February of 2020, and complete construction December of 2022. For the construction management contract, staff issued a request for proposals and received 6 proposals from firms. Firms were evaluated based on qualifications and cost, and Valley CM was determined the highest ranking firm based on those qualifications. The overall cost breakdown for the project, the top line shows that we currently have $9.3 million available in the project budget. The contract for TC Construction would be $8.458 million. We've allocated a 10% contingency in that budget, and also have Valley CM and our construction support and community outreach as needed. What you'll see is we have a deficit of about $1.1 million, which is where we're asking for the appropriation. So in summary, staff is recommending the award of contract to TC Construction, the award of the public or professional services agreement to Valley CM, and an appropriation of $1.1 million. And we are available for any questions. Thank you.
Do we have any public?
No public.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Thank you. So start to finish, this is a 3-year project to finish this portion of it. And the reason you're doing this is because of is primarily because it's old, but it's also to end the life of the La Salina plant. Ultimately, this is part of that project, the beginning of that project, really.
Safety hazards.
Deputy Mayor Feller, honorable council members, the project's actually been on the books for quite some time prior to the decision to move forward with the closure of the La Salina facility. It actually has several structural deficiencies that we cannot build over or correct, and at the same time, it just happens to be occurring at the same time that the La Salina facility is being decommissioned.
So my question is really, what is the length of time until the La Salina's decommissioned?
So we are, Honorable Deputy Mayor, We are currently in design for the lift station. We would have to complete the construction of the lift station, which we are anticipating that to be about 2 years from now before we can decommission La Salina. So that would mean about probably 2024 we would be decommissioning La Salina timeframe.
That was what I was trying to get at. So I guess I could have said, when is La Salina going to be finished? But so I move approval.
Second.
No other speakers. We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
And we'll go back to the city attorney's report, which I skipped.
Met in closed session to discuss item 1 on the agenda, conference with labor negotiator regarding the status of negotiations with the Oceanside Police Management Association. Council did meet and give direction. There's no reportable action under the Brown Act under item 1. Council also met on item 2A, conference with legal counsel on existing litigation involving 2 workers' compensation cases, Thomas Schrader versus City and Joseph Ward versus City. Claim number 16-128-605 and 17-131-7644. There's no action to report under item 2.
Item 22, which is communications on off-agenda items.
We have 5 speakers, and our first speaker is Sherry Mackin, to be followed by Colleen Balch, to be followed by Jimmy Knott.
Thank you, Jimmy. Can always depend on you. Okay, thank you. Good evening. Sherry Mackin here representing the Citizens for the Preservation of Parks and Beaches. Many have been following the moving parts surrounding the decommission of the La Salina wastewater treatment plant excuse me, adjacent to the Loma Alta Creek at Buccaneer Beach Park. I've never seen so many separate projects linked to one project, but not considered one project or a specific plan for the area. For example, we have the La Salina Water Treatment Plant Decommission Project, which is outlined in yellow here, the La Salina Lift Station, which is adjacent to it, the Loma Alta Slough Restoration Project, which is adjacent to that in blue, the Rail Trail Project, which is in red, and the renovations remodeling at Buccaneer Park, the bathrooms, new concession stand, and moving the parking lot project. That's a total of 5 projects at Buccaneer Beach Park. The process has been less than ideal, lacking public notification and updates, and it's been very difficult to follow. What is next? Many of us ask that the city open a process to create a specific plan for Buccaneer Park and the adjacent 7 acres of the city-owned property now housed by the soon-to-be decommissioned La Salina wastewater plant. Unfortunately, this was not included in the recent update to the Parks and Recreation Master Plan as requested during meetings. I remind you that stated in our LCP, any residual land not needed for the La Salina treatment plan should be considered for public use. That doesn't mean deeming the land surplus and therefore selling the property for housing. We desperately need that property used for a park in Oceanside. There will be many opportunities to apply for grant funding to make improvements to the property for residents and visitors alike. The Coastal Conservancy was very excited when they toured the area many years ago, thinking of what they could put there to bring visitors to the community as well as to service the community itself. Let's take this opportunity to create something special in the area. Please consider opening up the process and creating a specific plan for the area. Or is there already a specific plan for the area we don't know about? Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Councilman. Colleen Balch, Save South O and from South O. I'm here to talk about the same issue Sherry just talked about, and she hit most of my major points. But one of the things that's been happening with 5 different projects happening at one time is no transparency. We don't have a picture of what's actually happening in this area. We have, as Sherry said, 4 projects according to the city, but it's actually 5, because as she stated, when we decommission the plant, that land should be used to expand Buccaneer Park. And I'm here tonight to request that you ask staff to put together an all-encompassing plan that shows us, not only the residents of South O, but shows the residents of Oceanside what their park at Buccaneer can look like if we do get expanded land for that. And we should get that expanded land. So I'm asking you tonight to not go forward with any of these projects unless you've put together a comprehensive plan and shown it to the public. And I appreciate your time tonight. Thank you.
Our next speaker is Jimmy Knott, to be followed by Roger Davenport.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I've been asked by a number of people, where have I been? And just very simply put, for the last about a couple of months, I have had some heart troubles. And specifically, my heart has been racing about 133 beats a minute. My blood pressure has dropped upon standing to as low as 57/56, and nearly fainting when I was standing. Went through a number of different medications. When all that failed, what took place is I had what they call cardioversion. That's where they basically shock you. They put your heart basically at rest, can essentially kill you. And then they shock it again, they bring it back, and they use the memory that your heart has to bring that heart beats down to what the heart has as normal. And so it's now at 73, and I thank my cardiologist, Dr. Stephan, for that help. And my blood pressure now I have it opposite. It's high. So technically, I guess I'm a zombie. I don't know what that would be. But I just wanted to take and say thank you to everybody for all your prayers and concerns on that part of it. And I'm glad to be here then considering the alternatives. Also, today it was announced down in San Diego with their police department that they're wanting to keep their police recruits. And how they're doing it is very simply, is that they're subsidizing their housing. They're taking in for those police officers that want to live in San Diego so they don't have to commute from Temecula or up near Riverside, by supporting them in a purchase of a home. I think that for our police and first responders, we might want to take and consider doing the same, and for those key personnel that we need also in different other areas. I've proposed this in the past. I was told this was not possible. I think that if we take some of our investment portfolio, that since this would be secured, we might want to look at that as well. Thank you.
Roger Davenport, to be followed by Yvonne Albright, to be followed by Joe Hill.
Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council, a couple weeks ago I started on this topic, but with only 2 minutes I really couldn't get to the conclusion, so I wanted to bring it up again. This is in regards to the North River Farms subdivision that was proposed, and particularly the mitigation monitoring and reporting program. The estimated greenhouse gases from this project are about 10,000 megatons of CO2 a year, which is about 1% of the total that we have now. So it's a significant amount of greenhouse gases. And in the mitigation report, it talks about measure MMGHG2 that says prior to issuance of the first building permits, the mitigation of 100% of the operational greenhouse gas emissions is required. Now that ends after 30 years, which I don't really understand, because if the mitigation stuff ends, it's not going to help us meet our long-term goals. But that being what it is, other provisions of the plan, in particular the 8th provision, says that the offsets are required to reduce the emissions should be associated with activities that are geographically prioritized according to the following locational attributes. And the first priority should go to project design features or on-site reduction measures. Then there are other ones ending up with stuff that's outside California and outside the US. And they say in the description, it says the project applicant has to submit proof that offsets are unavailable in a higher priority before seeking offsets from the next lower priority. And the city issues a written determination that they're unavailable before allowing them to use offsets from a next lower category. So, having spent my career doing research and development in solar energy, I wanted to make sure that everyone is aware that building designs are available, in other words, all electric homes, that eliminate natural gas usage from the building and provide essentially 100% on-site greenhouse gas reductions. So that takes care of all the emissions from a house. Also, the on-site production of electric energy using rooftop and community solar is available. It's feasible. In fact, it's more cost-effective than SDG&E or any other utility rates. And so it produces no greenhouse gas on site. So therefore, my contention is that the project design features that eliminate building-based greenhouse gas emissions are available and also cost-effective, and therefore they should be required before any purchased or off-site carbon offsets are allowed. Thank you very much.
City Council, Mr. Mayor, my name's Yvonne Obright, 40-year resident in Oceanside. I spoke at the last City Council meeting, and I've had an ongoing conversation about the FPPC. Since I was here 2 weeks ago, I've received a letter from the FPPC saying, "Dear Mrs. Obright, this letter is to notify you that the Enforcement Division of the Fair Political Practice Commission will investigate the allegation under the jurisdiction of the Commission of a sworn complaint you submitted in the above referenced matter. You will next receive notification from us upon final disposition of the case. However, please be advised that this time we have not made any determination about the validity of the allegations you have made or about the culpability, if any, of the person you identify in your complaint." And that person is Christopher Rodriguez. So that said, this is the letter I received. I also have a couple comments from Mr. Rodriguez on social media before the fact, and he said both the city attorney and the FPPC have confirmed there is zero conflict of interest on my part. He had a couple other statements I'd like to have on the record at this point about the North River Farm project. He said, "I can assure you there will be no flood risk." Okay. He also said, "Because of NRF, new construction is now fire resistant, and our NRF will actually act as an evacuation location to shelter in place." So let's just hope those statements are a little more realistic than the one he made about the FPPC.
Joe Hill.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. I'm trying to get an explanation on the project process where a project is approved or disapproved by the Planning Commission and it's appealed, but if it's appealed only for modifications and not because the project's going to be turned down completely, shouldn't the modifications that are being proposed and talked about and and worked on, be sent back to the Planning Commission to work on those modifications. We have a planning department that has a tremendous staff, and they know a lot more about these modifications supposedly than probably you or I or anyone else in the room, because that's their job. But it seems like we're doing something backwards, where we're asking you folks to deal with all of the modifications and requests when you need to be voting on the final product, I believe, without any worries about, well, is this good or bad, because the experts have told you that it's good or bad. And I guess I'm trying to rationalize why we're doing it differently tonight, because you guys are going to have to make a decision. So I understand also that some modifications answers were given, and it's a pretty big document, I guess 100+ pages or something, that I'm sure all of you read it already. If you haven't, why, that's a problem too, because...
Mr. Hill, are you talking about a different item?
Mm-hmm.
Are you speaking on, what is it? Number 19?
No, not specifically.
Oh, okay.
In the past, for instance, North River Farms, when they had modifications or changes, they all went back to the Planning Commission before you guys got it. And I don't understand why that's not the standard or the norm for all projects that come through the city, as opposed to what I read on the agenda when I looked at some of the items. It didn't seem that was possible. So that was my point. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
There are no more speakers.
With that, we'll go to item 25. Mr. Mullen.
Item 25 is the second read and adoption of an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Oceanside amending sections 20.27 and 20.28 concerning consumption of alcohol, cannabis, and controlled substances by minors and juveniles.
Speaker on this item, Erica Leary. Are you still here? No.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Erica Leary. I'm the Program Manager for the North Coastal Prevention Coalition, which works in the cities of Oceanside, Carlsbad, and Vista to reduce the harm of alcohol, tobacco, marijuana, and other drugs. And I'm also a resident here in Oceanside. And I just wanted to take a couple minutes. I appreciate the opportunity to share that the social host ordinance has been a very important tool in our work in preventing underage drinking since it was adopted in 2003, I believe, and then updated in 2007. We continue to see declines in reported underage drinking by our students here in Oceanside, and apparently, hopefully, less underage drinking parties. This was the first year with the California Healthy Kids Survey data that Oceanside Unified 11th graders past 30-day use reported marijuana use was higher than alcohol. And that's the first time I've seen that, and I've been doing this for going on 25 years now. So I think adding marijuana to the social host ordinance is an important step. You'll be joining our other North Coastal cities like Escondido, San Marcos, and Vista in doing so. And we hope to continue to partner with you to help spread the message to parents in the community and serve as a resource in our prevention efforts. But I also want to caution you that this is just one step, and as marijuana advertising, promotion, access, and availability to continue to increase in our communities in California as a whole, it's going to take a lot more to help prevent and reduce youth marijuana use, and I hope we can continue to work together to do so. Thank you very much.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Move adoption.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Approved, 5-0.
We'll do item 23, which is a request by Deputy Mayor Feller and Councilmember Keim.
You might want to just announce it now.
I'm going to recuse myself on this.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
I'm going to recuse myself on this item.
So I've been researching this, and I decided to try to figure out a way to make hosted hosted STRs on non-conforming panhandle lots. Frankly, I'm still on the fence as to whether it can actually work, but I will. I asked Councilmember Keim to co-sponsor this with me for the purpose of finding out if there's a way to make it a conditional use permit so that they could possibly continue to operate on these non-conforming panhandle lots. But as I was reading, I've found that we had a possibility that we had to do non-conforming hosting on non-conforming lots for every, so we had to be able to. And I had a question for the city attorney, if he would mind responding to that as...
I'm sorry, I don't think I understood the question. Could you repeat that, please?
You weren't listening?
I was listening, but I just want to make sure I'm answering the right question. I think what you wanted to do, if I understood correctly, was to allow the consideration of a hosted STR on a non-conforming lot on a case-by-case basis through the consideration of a conditional use permit.
That's correct, but my point was that I only wanted to do it for the 4 existing.
Yes, I understood that was your intent, that you would want to limit it to just the ones that were already permitted through the issuance of a TOT certificate by the city as of the date that the city adopted its short-term rental ordinance. Okay. So it was limited in its scope, as if I understood your intent correctly, to just those that the planning department had already identified that were theoretically lawful but became unlawful because of the STR ordinance. And yes, I could draft that in such a way if that's your intent.
Well, it would be my intent if we do go forward. There's a list of things that probably need to be involved in this, and I would leave it up to staff to put that together. You know, sometimes these easements are as narrow as 15 feet, and how does that affect the livability of a home in these types of neighborhoods? I think a 15-foot driveway is really stretching it for sure. There's no ability to pass each other on the road even. So I have some suggestions that I have come up with, such as 2 cars must be able to pass at all points as conditions of the CUP. All homeowners on the easement should probably be able to have a say in what goes. If they don't want it, I mean, I would say then that would be something that we should put in the mix. The property owner, it needs to be property owner occupied 100% of the time when the STR is occupied. Minimum 2 spaces for a single room. Red striping for the entire entire drive. the big one is probably fire access, and so fire access would be, I think it's 400 feet. And then if it's over 400 feet, you have to go to a second truck to handle a blaze. And notification, full radius of notification. So, and I would say that if people have suggestions, you know, beyond these, I'll let Councilmember Keim speak, but as well. But if people have the suggestions for this to be part of their future on non-conforming panhandle lots, I think everybody starts from scratch with this. So if somebody is a non-conforming on the non-conforming panhandle and is hosting right now, they're in a lot of trouble with us already, because we already took that away. And this isn't even saying that if this can't come to some sort of agreement with the property owners, then I'm probably going to pull it ultimately anyway. So, but this is my thought process moving forward. I don't know how long this would take, but I would give it 45 days. Is that enough time?
Yes.
And I'll look to Councilmember Keim.
So when we initially did the STR regulations, and the concerns on panhandle, non-conforming panhandle lots came forward, there's a lot of, they're not conforming, so they're different. So you have some that are real narrow, some are wider. And so I think there's obviously safety concerns I believed existed or could exist in these. And a CUP process is probably not viable or feasible if you have 1,000 or 900 units. But when we have a low amount of number, I think we can address these specific safety concerns and work with that specific flag lot or non-conforming lot to make sure that there's no public safety hazard. So again, this is a living document, and we'll go forward and try to come up with conditions that work for each individual lot. I think we can successfully do that, and if we can't, then we can, again, go to having no STRs on panhandle lots.
We have 3 speakers on this item. Our first speaker is John Taylor, to be followed by Arlene Hammerschmidt, to be followed by Connie Page.
John Taylor, 1848 Laurel Road. STRs pay TOT tax. They advertise on the internet, which makes them a commercial business in an R1 neighborhood. This is change of use. No matter where the house is, at the end, the middle, or the beginning of the easement. Because of the current ban on STRs on non-conforming easements, it would require a variance from the City of Oceanside to get a CUP. Because of non-conforming easements and change of use to commercial and R1 neighborhoods, the easement needs to be brought into conformity. The city standards for years for legal non-conforming homes: bring your project into conformity or no entitlement. Peter, we saw this with 1763 Yucca Road when you guys put a wrap around that where I couldn't even do anything, period. I couldn't even get a building permit to fix the place. My 1848 property, no third lot due to non-conforming easement width. That's a precedent for my easement. How can the city issue a permit to an applicant that infringes on the rights and safety of the adjacent resident who is directly affected by the issuance of a CUP? Shouldn't the first condition of any applicant for an STR on a private substandard easement be a petition of all residents to have the rights for the easement, stating that they agree to the use and the commercial STR insurance is put in place? If the applicant cannot demonstrate that all affected neighbors on the shared easement do not agree, then how does the city even start to consider issuing a permit? My easement narrows down to 15 feet of encroachments by the first house on the easement, along with the garden wall that's out in front of the STR home that also encroaches into the easement, making it one car at a time with no turnaround and no fire hydrant. None of the 6 homes on the easement are fire code compliant 507.5.1 distance to the fire hydrant. My 3 homes at the top, I'm being told by Oceanside Fire Department, will need 2 fire engines for the manpower, the hose needed to reach the house, causing a delayed response. This is not a place for STR guests. This is not about property rights. STRs are a privilege and not a right. And they were all told when they registered, no guarantees that they could stay in business once the ordinance was put in place. They all have an option of long-term rents or an ADU within the footprint of the main house if extra income is needed. That is a property right, and that is what I support. The ban on STRs on panhandles are correct. It follows the city ordinance 1050Y and needs to stay in place. What you see here up on the screen are what I paid to have measured for these houses. None of them are fire code compliant. None of them. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Arlene Hammerschmidt, Ivy Road and Fire Mountain. Everything John said, plus I applaud getting some specifics to public safety. What might be acceptable to public safety? What might not be a public safety call? I applaud that part. So let's marry the two. Thank you very much.
Connie Page.
Hello, Honorable Mayor and council members. I've spoken to you before about the short-term rental on our Panhandle lot and the nightmare of a homeowner that, or property owner that runs it. I am dittoing John Taylor. Don't change the way that we got it to pass last time. The property owner in our Panhandle lot is still operating. He had a one-night rental on Saturday night and a party. So your guys' ordinance doesn't seem to faze him whatsoever. Doing a conditional use permit, whether or not he would agree to anything, I believe if you guys were going to do conditional use permits, I don't think they should be done, period, whatsoever. However, if you were to do that, all residents must agree on a road maintenance agreement and the burden of that maintenance to be at least every 3 years on the short-term rental property owner. I think there needs to be some kind of review on additional sewer usage for these houses. This one is 5 bedrooms, and sometimes they have 5 to 8 cars there. That's probably 20 people staying in this house using our main sewer line that's shared by the other property owners. The property owners have the rights, not the short-term rental operators. We have the rights, not them. That's a privilege, as it was said before. And, they can go buy a house in the coastal zone where they can run a short-term rental. These are just not, they're not for neighborhoods where families are. My 15-year-old daughter's bedroom window looks out on this short-term rental, and I've had to have her close the curtains because of what is going on right in the front yard. So we don't have a turnaround. Our driveway is also 18 feet. It's not to code. There's no fire. There's no turnaround. And unfortunately, Kim, our neighbor, Kim Faust, couldn't be here tonight, and so I'm trying to speak for her in the next 45 seconds. But the short-term rental that's right adjacent to her and next to us, across the driveway from us, those people use her driveway for a turnaround. Yeah. And they don't care. They just pull into her front yard, they pull onto her grass and use it for a turnaround. So that's my, thank you for listening. But we're the property owners, we have the rights, not short-term operators. Thanks.
Mayor.
Or speakers.
I just, Ms. Page is on one of those lots where that that person is supposed to be out of business. So you're not included. Actually, that business is already out of business. As far as we're concerned, we just haven't been able to accomplish it yet. So.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you very much. When we addressed the issue of having regulations on short-term vacation rentals, we were advised that there were 900 approximately that were registered and another, say, 400 or 500 that were unregistered. The council considered whether or not some of the suggestions from the Planning Commission, which basically amounted to potential caps on the vacation short-term rentals, and the council decided no, we're not going to entertain a cap right now. There was a distinction made on these panhandle lots. These are, as has been explained, homes primarily in rural settings like Fire Mountain, and I'm not sure if it was also Henny Hills, but basically where there was a difference in how houses were placed. This is where there are, more than any other place, panhandle lots that are basically private driveways up and basically end up with, different houses going up, say, a hill or maybe even a straightaway. But bottom line is that they are non-conforming, and the city deems them non-conforming because they're not built to code. And the reasons for having codes is public safety. What was explained by Mr. Taylor and his concerns about this, especially, and I know the private driveway where Mr. Taylor lives, as well as the private driveway for the Page family and the Faust family. Bottom line is that in those cases, clearly, there are public safety concerns. Councilmember Feller talked about, the width of these. I know that they are very narrow, especially with respect to these two. The council did request that staff come back and let us know how many would be impacted. We're talking about 900 registered, right? And another 400 or 500 unregistered. So how many would be impacted if we were to put a ban on panhandle lots that are basically non-conforming, basically potentially public safety risks? Staff came back with a very low number of 6. And of the 6, 4 that are hosted. 2 that are not hosted, that are mostly, basically commercially run. I don't think, it is a small number, and I understand the desire to have the same benefits be equally distributed. However, this really is a public safety issue. I am concerned about the fact that there is no fire hydrant. I am concerned that several times even when I was standing there watching, the roads were blocked. Roads were completely blocked and there was nothing that anybody can do. I did see that the Faust property, you could see the tire marks was being used. It's their front yard was being used as a turnaround. And so, and it can change from a commercial non-hosted to a hosted. So I think that we're still talking about 6 properties. It is a small number. And, if we were to have this, say, a conditional use hearing, I think they would all be rejected because of the public safety problems with them. If we were to say, okay, if if the neighbors all said, okay, you can go ahead and do this, they're accepting responsibility for something that could happen on their property or say somebody else's property, and delays for responses, and those are my concerns. I don't, for me, this is not the public safety has to be superior to say private property rights. Everybody is supposed to conform to the code, and these were existing. So that was the whole idea that if you change a use, then it has to be it has to go into compliance. These are not being made to go into compliance. Mr. Taylor's letter to all of us talked about how there's a house that's in the way. This is one of the reasons why it becomes narrow. There's a house, really close to the driveway, to the private driveway, that they have to maintain. It's not even a city property, or it's not the city's responsibility. So I understand, the rationale in bringing this forward, but I would urge my colleagues here to, consider the public safety risks, and I get the conditions, Jack, that you're suggesting here, and I'm sure that this has been something that that's. You don't want to accidentally cause a private safety situation. I mean, that would be, it would be devastating for anybody to feel that, somehow we put people's lives at risk. At this point, I think that, it is only 6. And I would urge us to not make the direction to staff to, allow things to be as they are. The vast majority of the short-term vacation rentals are being regulated and being requested to be regulated. We're not putting a damper on any of those that are on conforming, roads, public roads. So those are my comments. Thank you.
I would just like to comment, every issue that Councilmember Sanchez raised in regards to public safety would be looked at through that conditional use permit process. And honestly, if there's a significant public safety issue, I suspect staff will be recommending denial to the Planning Commission. So, Councilmember Keim?
I wanted to, I was going to say what the mayor said. That's what, I think there's a big issue with, or a big difference between hosted and non-hosted. So the issues that Ms. Page brought up, those are unacceptable. And whether they're operating now or not, they shouldn't be. So that's more of an enforcement issue than a regulation issue. We just need to be on top of it, because regardless of how this goes forward, it won't impact that. That STR is still not okay. So I think this would be a very small number, possibly for that. If we can look at it and see, is it safe? Can this operate without an impact to the neighbors? And we go forward. If not, we don't. So I visited some of these. I went to one where the STR was at the end. It was in the flag lot, part of the lot. And there was 4 designated parking spots. It was a hosted, more bed and breakfast. It was run very responsibly. We didn't get complaints from the neighbors. So you have very different, I think, you have very different circumstances, and some may work, some may not. But I think hosting is also important, because you have someone who lives there on site that can address issues. We can talk to them, we can fix it, and if we can't, we don't issue a permit. So I think this is at least worth exploring and letting those properties that have been operating responsibly continue to do that, and if they're not, then they won't. So this is just the beginning of this process.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Thank you. And that's why I put out the list that we've kind of compiled already. We've heard of it. The only thing that I would say is, if I will not support this coming back if we have a problem with the safety and the livability of these strips. If it doesn't work and our staff says no on this, I would support it. you know, they can still rent even if this doesn't, they're not losing their property rights. It's just this particular right. So that's where I stand. I'd just say I'd like to move forward at this point. I'll make a motion that we have staff bring this back in 45 days.
Councilor Sanchez.
So that would be direction to staff that would require 2 cars be able to pass at the same time, and that all homeowners in the Panhandle lot must approve it. And
For
2 spaces for...
suggestions, I'm leaving it up to staff to come up with the criteria for the conditional use permit. I offered my suggestions. If that's one that can't work on any of them, then I guess maybe we'll be out of luck here, so.
Okay, we have a motion and a second.
We'll try and get back within 45 days. I can't promise that because we have to go to Planning Commission as well.
Okay.
So we'll do the best we can. I don't have the Planning Commission schedule in front of me, but right now I think we could, if this were to pass, staff will have to get together and come up with criteria consistent with your intent. But I'm just a little bit concerned about that 45 days given the process of drafting, some public review, and Planning Commission meeting.
Well, can't we work Christmas and New Year's? Never mind.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved 3-1, Sanchez, no.
And with that, we'll go to our first 6 o'clock public hearing item, which is item 18, which is introduction of an ordinance regarding the California Building Standards Codes. Now I will open the public hearing and start with disclosures. Deputy Mayor, you want to start with the disclosures?
Staff.
Only staff. Staff.
Okay. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members.
Oh, hold on there, David. Esther, do you have any disclosures?
No contact.
Staff.
And I did have some public contact. Sorry. Thank you.
Yes? Okay. Good evening. My name is David Gans. I currently work as the Chief Building Official for the City of Oceanside. Today I am bringing before you a proposed ordinance related to building codes and construction regulations. I would first like to start with a point of clarification for council and other interested parties. This proposed ordinance amends only certain articles and sections of Chapter 6, titled Construction, and Chapter 11, titled Fire Protection of our municipal code. Staff prepared a red line version as Attachment 3 in the staff report that is intended to illustrate the changes proposed by this ordinance. The red line version also shows some sections of our municipal code as redlined when in fact they are not being modified and therefore are stricken from a draft of this proposed ordinance at an early stage of review. So as a point of clarification, the only sections of Chapter 6 and 11 that are being changed are listed in lines 22 and 25 on the first page of the proposed ordinance, and the ordinance itself contains changes to the municipal code chapters, but is not, the ordinance itself is not the chapters in their entirety. So just want to make that clear. Any questions on that? If not, then I'd move forward with a recommendation. Staff recommends that the City Council introduce an ordinance amending Chapter 6, Articles 1, 2, 3, 4, 6, 8, 12, and 13, and Chapter 11, Article 2 of the Oceanside Municipal Code to reflect the adoptions of the 2019 editions of the California Building Standards Code, including local amendments relating to the expiration of water heater and furnace replacement permits, establishment of a construction code interpretation board of appeals, reinstatement of stop work process and related fees, removal of the bond requirement for swimming pools, adoption of the Uniform Swimming Pools and Spa Code, A process to modify permitted construction hours, to authorize also the release of utilities during construction, and establishing a short-term rental fire code operational permit and inspection, and establishing the ability to require a fire protection plan for the developments that are in the wildland urban interface fire area, and finally, adopt a resolution of express findings with support with supporting local amendments.
Thank you. Do we have any speakers?
We have one speaker on this item, Dennis Schwander.
Is the overhead working tonight? Yes, sir. Just one page. Good evening, Council, Mayor. Thank you for letting me speak tonight. My name is Dennis Schwander. I'm a retired fire captain from Orange County Fire. Also have 7 years in with CAL FIRE. And I want to support the building changes, and specifically the Chapter 49, which specifies the fire protection plan. We appear in the city right now when we cannot find a way to safely evacuate people from an area within the wildland urban interface within our city. There is a tendency, and not just our city, there's a tendency then to perhaps make that occupancy or that area a shelter-in-place area. This project that I put together, I want to present to the City Council tonight. This is actually was supposed to go to the Planning Commission, but the Planning Commission meeting of October 7th was delayed till January 14th. I'll be attending that one also. So my point is, it looks as though with the California Building Code change, an issue where we might have an area that we may deem shelter in place, it may not be able to be deemed that way. And I think the new building code making the developers provide the standards, including evacuation plans, area evacuation plans, including methods and timing of evacuation, providing the builder, making the builder provide those plans, I think is a great idea. So I'd like to support that. And I'd like to give this packet to the city clerk. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
Diane Nygaard.
Hi, good evening, Mayor and Council. Diane Nygaard. I'd like to speak in support of this too, particularly provisions related to fire protection plan and the ability of our local area to require those in the wildland urban interface. As a resident who lives in the wildland urban interface in the first row of houses that is designated a high-risk fire zone, certainly those of us who live in those areas are most concerned about that. But I would hope that there's flexibility within this so that it's not just the first row of houses, because we know the people across the street are also at risk. So when we look at having plans, it really needs to address the entire neighborhood. Thank you.
Are there any other speakers? Seeing none, I'll close the public. Oh.
That's the reason why I'm standing at the podium.
I thought you were helping people out.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. I just have a couple questions that I need clarification on. In representing a lot of low-income individuals, the question come forward is, what about self-installing the water heaters and furnaces? A lot of low-income individuals, especially in mobile home parks, do this, and that has been one exemption under the law, is that it was self-installed. This is one way that a lot of the people can take and have reduced cost, and whether the permits themselves will take and be exempt as if it is self-installed. Also, the question is on construction hours. will that take and also give the relief and keep the relief for Sundays from taking and having high noise within senior communities? Thank you.
Speakers, I'll close the public input portion. And Mr. Gans, if you want to address the question quickly.
Okay. Well, in addressing the first issue, which was water heater permits, owners are certainly permitted to replace their own water heaters at their own location. They don't need to necessarily hire a licensed contractor to do that. They still need to get a permit because, the purpose behind the permit is that we go out and do an inspection and make sure that things like the gas line's done correctly, the venting's done correctly, that it's strapped, correctly for earthquake codes. So, the permit and inspection are still an important part of what we do. What we have done, though, in the past is we've reduced our water heater permit fee down. It's just over $50, I think. It's about $50, which is a fraction of what the state charges for an inspection. It's, last time I heard it was almost $300 for a state inspection. So what we've done is we've kind of subsidized that to some extent to make sure that people are calling for those inspections and that we're providing a relatively cost-effective permit. In regards to the construction hours, hopefully, as we look at this possibility of a homeowner being able to work on their house on a Sunday, that is interesting, and we don't have necessarily limitations on written into this ordinance that would prohibit a certain type of work. Let's say even running a jackhammer for that, but it is limited to an owner that's living at their house and working on their house on a Sunday, which in itself is going to limit the amount of work that people are actually doing. So they're not going to be able to hire a contractor and have a contractor jackhammering on Sunday, but if they want to get up and fix their roof on Sunday, or if they want to change their water heater on Sunday, we need to find a way that makes it so that they're not a criminal to do work on their house on Sunday.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Just quickly, a change is being made to the Board of Appeals. How often are appeals made that would have had to come before management or council in the past to move forward on a Board of Appeals consisting of, certified building officials with, correct credentials on file with the clerk's office? Like how often is that even done?
It really hasn't been done. It's our current process, though, is if somebody really disagrees with the interpretation of the code, two things. They're kind of out of luck. It doesn't give them a good appeals process. And they should be appealing it to people that are qualified engineers, other building officials, fire marshals. And so this appeals process really will benefit them so that they can get an assured answer from qualified people. It hasn't happened through an appeals process other than somebody sending a bunch of emails to city staff members and council when they disagree with a decision.
Got it. And so because of that, in my mind, if this was to take place per this change, who's going to be responsible for identifying these people? Usually it's through the form of an appointment through the mayor, and then we vote on it, and then there's a subject to the Brown Act. In this case, it's kind of just out there. So who's going to organize and facilitate getting these resumes on file?
Well, we'd be looking for volunteers, and I think the way it's drafted is really through the city clerk's office, that they would reach out to our neighboring building officials and fire marshals and see who's willing to volunteer to hear a certain appeal. That's the way it's designed, and it's not uncommon. I currently serve on the appeals board for San Marcos. They've never called me, although it sounds like they will at one point. And most jurisdictions are dealing with the same issue of, frankly, somebody that is really steadfast, believing that we've made an error in interpretation. And other cities are on board with the same methodology of, getting an appeals board up of qualified people.
Got it. So whose responsibility is it to get this group of people? I mean, is it your office? Is it the clerk's office? Like, who's going to start getting these people together?
I believe it's going to be the clerk's office. I want to make sure that it's done in a very open way so that nobody feels like the building official is loading the deck of cards against somebody. It should be active building officials from our neighboring San Diego County region.
Perfect. Thank you. The second quick question is in reference to the short-term rental fire code operational permit. Is this going to be an additional fee on top of the administrative permit fee that the city will charge? And if so, what would that cost be?
If you have the answer, David.
David Parsons.
Mayor, members of the council, there is no additional fee other than what's already been identified through the short-term rental ordinance. This is just to give authority to do through the fire code, the inspection process and ensuring that the properties are in a safe manner. So no additional cost.
Perfect. Thank you. No further questions.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Thank you. Did I hear you say it's $50 permit fee?
Roughly. It started as 50 and then we went through an increase that was incremental, so it might be 55 or something like that now.
I think I may be the only person that ever paid for a water heater permit, but it was $175 at the time, and so I may go get a new water heater. I move adoption of the ordinance.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. On page 20, it talks about section 112.4, failure to comply. It says any person who shall continue any work after having been served with a stop work order, except such work as that person is directed to perform to remove a violation of unsafe condition, shall be liable to probably for a fine of not less than 100 nor more than 1,000. Is that per day? Why would they not continue to work if it's only $100?
So it's escalating. Excuse me, Honorable Councilmember Sanchez, Honorable Mayor. It's escalating. Usually it's by event. There's a little discretion in there. We don't use this very often. The intent is not to punish. The intent is to get compliance.
Right, compliance. But then you do have a few people who don't comply.
Correct. So when we don't get compliance, and every situation is a little bit different. We're going to reinspect depending on the situation of the project at hand. An inspection may happen very quickly if we have a safety issue, which would be maybe more likely in this case. We're going to inspect more quickly. Each failed inspection is going to be an escalating fee per the city's fee schedule. And in this case, 100, 200, 500, up to 1,000, then repeating it 1,000 after that. It's been very rare that we get to that point, but it has happened.
Okay, so it's not just the 100 or up to 1,000 per. There can actually be within the action.
Correct.
Several.
A single act, continuing noncompliance, will escalate that fine or fee depending on our assessment of the situation.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Motion is second. Mr. Mullen.
This is the introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside amending Chapter 6 and Chapter 11 of the Oceanside City Code by the adoption of the 2019 editions of the California Building, Residential, Electrical, Mechanical, Plumbing, Energy, Green Building Standards, and Fire Codes.
Please vote.
Motion approved, 5-0.
I have been asked to take a short break, so we will reconvene at 6:25. So we're going to go to item 19, which is a public hearing regarding the appeal of the Breeze Townhome project. And before we get started, I wanted to just say to my colleagues, we've seen that there was a request by one of the appellants to continue this hearing. And so I will, if there's any interest in that, now will be the time to bring that forward. Councilmember Sanchez?
Yes, I would. There's been a lot. There are a lot of materials. There are a lot of technical materials that have been thrown back and forth. Not thrown, but filed by all sides, all parties. And my understanding is, as late as yesterday, the applicant filed some additional documents that the applicant wishes to have considered during this hearing, and it's over 100 pages, very technical stuff. So I believe I heard from two of the three applicants who basically wrote to us and said that they're asking for a continuance in order to be able to review. Again, it's over 100 pages, something like almost 125 pages. And out of fairness, I think we ought to allow that because the applicant has had the opportunity to review the documents that were submitted by the appellants. I think they've had, the applicant has had, I think, over 2 months to review all of the various documents submitted by the appellants. And so to then file all of these materials just the day before, I think the afternoon before, I think creates an unfairness. So I'll make the motion to continue this. It could be a brief, 2 or 3 weeks, but they do need, I guess it would be, I guess they need at least 2 weeks. It is something that I believe we should do.
Don't see any lights, so that motion would die for lack of a second. So I guess at this point we will go on with the public hearing, and I will open the public hearing and start with disclosures.
I've had staff much email about it. Met with one of the appellants yesterday, and the applicant. Did I say applicant? That's it.
Staff, applicant, and residents.
I met with the applicant's representative, several with staff, several members of the community, and I visited the site the other day when Councilmember Feller was there.
I'm very familiar with the site, especially with respect to the cemetery that is adjacent. This is Ocean View Cemetery, where, in fact, I'll disclose, I have family members that are buried there, from around the turn of the century. I attended the hearing before the Planning Commission and noted it was a long hearing. It was actually a split vote, 3-2. I've spoken to members of the public. I've especially been contacted by the appellants and their concerns regarding the shading issues, as well as, and especially with respect to the preservation of a historic site, which is the cemetery that in fact includes many burials of forefathers of the city of Oceanside.
This is disclosure, Esther, not statements. You have disclosures?
This is my disclosure, sir.
It's disclosures.
I've also spoken with a couple of consultants and reviewed their documents with respect to the concerns for the cemetery and how this impacts the cemetery. And I think I did mention that I did speak to staff several times over this. And note that we do not have anything in the code with respect to the preservation of historic cemeteries. Thank you.
Staff, appellant, applicant, and site visit. Thank you.
So before we get started, I just want to clarify the procedural efforts that we're going to make this evening. Since there are two appellants following the testimony by staff, the appellants will have a total of 30 minutes between the two of them to divide up however they would like, which would include a rebuttal. Following the testimony by the appellants, then the applicant will have a total of 20 minutes period, with no rebuttal. So with that,
I do have a point of order, if I could be heard on that point of order before it gets started. I did serve on the Coastal Commission, and it was with respect to conflicts of interest and not being able to be to hear a matter where you had reached to $250 contribution. I understand that Councilmember Rodriguez has received $10,000 from this applicant developer, and I do feel very strongly that it does appear to be a conflict of interest. I mean, $10,000 and it's not even in your district. So I would ask for a ruling by the city attorney.
Well, I have not reviewed any documents about campaign contributions with respect to this issue, but typically, any lawful campaign contribution that's made to a council member would not require them to recuse themselves at a quasi-judicial public hearing.
Mr. Greenbauer.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Weiss, Deputy Mayor Feller, distinguished council members. I'm Richard Greenbauer, the Planning Division Project Manager for the item before you this evening. I'm going to keep my presentation brief, as the applicant has a very thorough, detailed appeal response, and we'll cover a lot of the same issues. So I'll just breeze over the appeal of the Planning Commission's action to adopt a mitigated neg deck and approve a tentative map development plan variance, conditional use permit, and regular coastal permit for a 34-unit townhome project. This item was heard by the Planning Commission on September 23rd. As Councilmember Sanchez alluded to, that was a 3-2 vote with 2 members absent that evening, and the motion was approved to adopt an MND and move forward with the project. Subsequent to that, October 3rd, there were 2 timely appeals filed by the 2 appellants. The first is Ms. Geierman, and the second is Ms. Julie Stinger-Smith. And I've provided an analysis in your staff report this evening. We'll briefly go over those issues. A little background on the project. It is 34 units on a very topographically challenged site, and the applicant has spent close to 3 years working on this project. It originally started out as 90 units. It's now down to 34 units, and it comes in a combination of 2- and 3-story units dispersed across the irregularly shaped lot. The lot in consideration has some steep slopes, and that's why we've used a step-type construction as well as a pad construction type. The illustrative that I have, or aerial view that I have for you, shows the irregularly shaped lot. It is in close proximity to the Sprinter station off Oceanside Boulevard and Coast Highway, so it makes it a transit-oriented type development. Comes in at 15.38 dwelling units per acre, where the maximum is 29 to 43 DUs per acre. Based on the constraints and the topography, it has limited the intensity of development on the site. The 2 appeals that were filed have the first appellant had 32 points of appeal. That's why your analysis is very thorough and lengthy in front of you this evening. The second appellant had 5 points of appeal, and I've taken all those and tried to consolidate them to the extent feasible based on the issues, and then I'll briefly go over those areas of appeal, and then I'll let the applicant get into more detail. The first issue is dealing with the historic cemetery. Historic reports were prepared. They were adequate per CEQA, and they involved a number of mitigation measures to ensure there are no impacts to the cemetery. Although no impacts required ground penetrating radar, the applicant has agreed for an extra mitigation measure at staff's recommendation to provide that ground penetrating radar on the outskirts of the cemetery, just to ensure that there's no potential for burials outside of the property boundaries of the cemetery. The other appellant, Ms. Smith, she has a majority of her 5 points are dealing with the view corridor and the local coastal program. The applicant has designed with the slopes, the topography, and the irregular configuration, and they do maintain view perspective. The image that I'm showing on the slide is the perspective from Nevada Street, and that's from a standing perspective looking out, so you still have a very small ocean view that way. And then on the very bottom you can see the view through the project that the applicant has, to the extent feasible, maintain that corridor to the west if you look, and I'll let them get into a deeper explanation on the local coastal program aspects, because it is mainly talks to coastal views from a east to west grid type system, and they will elaborate further on that. The next aspect is the overall operational characteristics. I know a number of appeal points were brought up based on safety concerns, operational characteristics of the site, access, fire, emergency services, trash pickup, things such as that. And all aspects over the 3 years have been thoroughly vetted by all professional disciplines within the city, and they have signed off conditionally on the project as proposed and approved by the Planning Commission. The final area of appeal that was of concern that they'll elaborate more on is the shadow study for the adjacent residents, Ms. Geierman to the north from the project site. And they've provided a very thorough study. Although the original study had some inconsistencies, it was still valid and showed that there would be minimal impacts to the adjacent residents. With that, staff's recommending that the City Council adopt a resolution upholding the Planning Commission action to adopt a mitigated neg deck and mitigating monitoring reporting program, and approve the tentative map development plan, conditional use permit, variance, and regular coastal permit for the 34-unit townhome project. And that concludes staff's presentation. I'm available for any questions.
Thank you very much. This will be the time for the appellant, Ms. Geierman.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, City Council members. Tonight, this appeal is not just for the massing that's by my house. It's for the whole neighborhood, for Oceanside. This project is huge in its massing. Besides the 2 and 3 stories, it has the rooftop decks, and some of them are angled this way, some are different directions, but there's safety issues. It is on a hillside, so the developers decided to build these units a certain size, and in order to do that, it goes from the top of that unbuildable hillside in, and now there's no room for a 28-foot fire lane. He's using the rolled curbs. Fire says that's fine. But then, we all recognize this truck. Another rule we have in Oceanside is multifamily units, and Jack, that does include townhomes and condos, not just apartments, are supposed to use the enclosed dumpster areas, the large ones. And that alley is the width of the street he has, the 10-foot each way. So now we say, okay, we're going to let you have a waiver, and instead of the large dumpsters, because the size of the buildings you're building does not allow for any room for these commercial dumpsters, we're going to let you put in the individual trash cans. This is just one section of them, 69 in a row. Now go back and look at that truck. It's going to take up both lanes, picking up can, blocking the roadway, people trying to get to work if they're actually being sold or rented and not vacation rentals. It's a hazard. We also know that they have to be put on a 2.5-foot rolled curb. Who's had their trash cans not put back and they're stuck in the middle of the street, or they fall over? It's going to be a mess. Then we have the problems with the mail and the parcel delivery, and in the 132 pages, they state that there is 10 guest parking spots. During the day, they'll be empty. No problem. The delivery drivers can park in the guest parking. So, did I give you that one? So, the pink is guest parking. You have 3 parking areas between the 2 large homes by the cemetery. You have 1 guest parking on one side of the cul-de-sac. The other one is handicapped, and the other 5 are all the way down at the other end. None of those are going to fit a delivery truck. It's going to block a fire lane. Now, if the front doors were right there, maybe that wouldn't be so bad because they could get out and drop it off. But the front doors to the majorities along the cliffside are along the edge. So they'll have to probably park over by Oceanside Boulevard, get the packages, now walk, and those little walkways are stairs going down, and then along the front of the cliff to drop off the package to come back. So you're gonna have fire lane issues. When I spoke with the fire marshal, he said, oh, that's okay, it's a citation issue, and if they can't fix it through citations, we'll make them fix it. It is unfixable once it's built. There's no room to fix anything this way. One last thing. You know, we talk about experts, and, well, the experts know what they're talking about, and this is safe and that's safe. Originally, the 90 units, when they did the hillside study, this is what his experts came up with for the slope analysis. Luckily, it was 2.5 levels of underground parking, and the city questioned it and had it redone, and that's the actual slope. Look at the difference. So, you know, you wonder how good the experts are. Someone else is going to be bringing up the solar issue because that was a big problem. But now we have something I found in the EIR for the Coast Highway Vision Plan. And that states, I gotta read it. Seismic hazard zone, areas that may be subject to liquefaction, lateral spreading, and local subsidence. Well, it's in that area. Are we gonna trust the experts that we know has screwed up the shading study a second time and the hillside, and take a chance, because those buildings are right along the cliff, right above the train tracks and a mobile home park? I want to give the rest of the time to Shelley. Do we have a, can you cut the time off for a minute so we can get her a microphone? And you got her pictures?
Go ahead.
Oh, I got them.
Can you stop the time so she...
The time is stopped.
Is it on? Okay. My issues are with the historic Ocean View Cemetery and the project, and it's my opinion, based on what exists now in terms of the historic Ocean View Cemetery, that this project will have significant visual aesthetic impact. That is why that I believe this should be, I'm requesting an EIR instead of the mid-negative declaration. The project design and architectural treatments associated with the improvements do not address the impacts the project will have regarding the Ocean View Cemetery. I was hoping that the applicant would take into consideration the value and the significance of the historic Ocean View Cemetery and give it the respect it deserves by incorporating an adequate setback, more than 5 feet, and apply landscape treatments to separate the project from the historic cemetery. The reason is that 3-story building this close to the eternal resting place of so many Oceanside residents seems to me a very little request to make, that there be a visual buffer so that when you're visiting the cemetery that you still feel that you're in a serene and tranquil open space. This monolithic 3-story building is not consistent with the atmosphere, I believe, of the cemetery. Now, in looking at the paperwork that was submitted 2 days ago, which I haven't had a lot of time to review, they state that the cemetery mausoleum was never built. Well, there's a picture of it, and that's on a contract with my family for crypts in the mausoleum. Also, you have a document that shows a mechanic's lien.
I don't have that one.
Excuse me. We talked about a part of the right-of-way area and the cemetery and the adjoining property with regard to the street vacation, and there is a concrete form in the ground, and this property was to not only have a mausoleum but a chapel. Well, here's a mechanic's lien from a mason and concrete worker in 1932 stating that they put a lien on for a basement. Well, the mausoleum doesn't have a basement, but a chapel probably would. So I don't know what the concrete slab is, and I don't know how much of it is underground and how much of it is exposed, but I want to thank you for putting up your maps, your aerial maps, showing the different years of the cemetery. And you can clearly see on the 1939 map the footprint of the mausoleum. It is much larger than years coming forward. So that's 1939. And there is a if you go back to that, there is a feature of what could possibly be concrete in the back of that building. Okay, now if we could go to the next view. This still shows the mausoleum at the larger size, and then go up to the 1964. Now that shows, does that show the building? I can't see it from here. Okay, because of neglect over the years, the Eternal Hills took over the management in 1952. A portion of that mausoleum was removed because of vandalism. Now, as we go forward, okay, what year was this, Donna?
2012.
What year?
2012.
Okay, now as you'll notice, all of the habitat has been removed. In the previous aerials, you'll see that there was a lot of habitat, a lot of trees on the property overlooking the cliff and behind the mausoleum. Now all that habitat has been removed. In 1984, the council voted to make this cemetery a historic site. And they did. And they received funding for use at the cemetery. So there are 1,100 people buried in the cemetery. And I think that having a buffer from this project with a proper setback keeps the integrity of the cemetery. And that is my major issue. So in conclusion, I believe that the project will have significant adverse environmental, visual, and aesthetic impacts. Whether it likely will or will not have such an impact is a question that an EIR is designed to answer.
And with that, we will go to the second appellant, Ms. Julie Stenger-Smith. And just so you know, you have just a little over 18 minutes total, which would include any rebuttal time.
Okay. Hello, all. I'm Julie Stenger-Smith. I am both a resident of Oceanside and a practicing design professional of San Diego County. I live on the South Nevada cul-de-sac, and I'm thrilled by the prospect of a new occupied residential development. As a design professional, I understand the value of density near transit. Indeed, I think we need, and I would support, an even higher density development. That said, my training also gives me perspective on the import of responsible development and preservation of resources that can be lost in development. I appealed the Breeze Townhome project in order to speak for the protection of public resources. With proper planning, we can have both development and public views. I'm going to make the case for the existence of a significant view corridor and our duty to preserve it by way of briefly responding to the developer's reply to my appeal. The developers state that the LCP was given consideration and it mandates addressed in the planning process. Implicit in our appeal is that both the city and the developers failed to acknowledge the existence of this view corridor and therefore did not really contend the requirements of the LCP. I would note that both the documents in question were written in 1985. In architecture school, we study how the development in the 80s have been detrimental to urban fabric of cities, how it continues to negatively affect urban development. I am shocked that the city of Oceanside still relies exclusively on these documents. I'm sure all of us wish we were more forward-thinking about our environmental resources in the 80s. While the South Nevada Street cul-de-sac is not explicitly designated as a highly scenic area, our contention is that it should be. We are only now coming out of the era in which the Loma Alta Creek was treated as a drainage ditch. The city and local preservation groups have done tremendous work over the last 5 to 10 years to revive the creek. 2 pending projects will further contribute to this revitalization: the relocation of the water treatment facility and the construction of a footbridge and bike path across the creek, joining the sections of the coastal rail trail that presently end on either side of Buccaneer Beach Park. These projects will make Buccaneer Beach and the lagoon even more important coastal assets. The view in question is the only significant view of the beach and the lagoon and the city's central public green space from a public right-of-way. Past council's decision to overlook the value of this area explains why we have 4-story concrete buildings with no windows obscuring Pacific Ocean views currently. By requiring small design changes, perhaps in exchange for increased density, a forward-thinking council can preserve few public view corridors as we have, a forward-thinking council can preserve few public view corridors we have south of the Strand. In any event, the developer notes that the LCP does not only require preservation of the established and acknowledged views, but also to provide new corridors. This would be an opportunity to do just that. The developer also notes that the LCP refers to views from east-west corridors, and that since South Nevada is a north-south street, the document does not apply. However, we know that the grid was meant to be completed, which is why there exists a street vacation that the city is donating to the development. In our view, this means that a coastal view from an east-west corridor is, in fact, at issue. The developer also minimizes the view as limited, obstructed, and merely horizon. On a cloudy day, standing on the curb outside the fencing, one can see blue ocean, the park, the lagoon. On a clear day, you can see the sand. Last week, I could see all the way to Palomar Mountain. I could see snow on it from the rain from the previous week. Most importantly, this is an disingenuous claim, as we all know that the views are what gives this property any value at all. One is hard-pressed to imagine that the developers would undertake such a massive engineering work if there were no views. To be sure, the view will be central to the sales pitch for these units. The Breeze townhomes are aptly named. There are ocean views and ocean breezes. Hedging the bet, the developer says that in any event, they leave space to preserve the view, but in the drawings submitted, the corridor is only from one specific point. I have a so the developer proves that the view is in fact preserved from one point in the center of the street vacation, which is here. But if you can see, if you actually consider all the borders, it does block part of the view. Neighboring cities advise developers to provide accurate 3D models and site renderings from third parties in order to be properly analyzed and used as proof for view preservation. This is like virtual 3D models inserted in actual realistic site photos. I think it's important that large-scale development has proper and thorough analysis with the modern methods available, not just 2D images and of elevation drawings without any site context. We cannot simply take the developer's word that the buildings preserve the view, especially when we have good reason based on their drawings that it does not. The city needn't be such a cheap date. We can and should require developers to demonstrate that their project doesn't privatize a public resource. This point again characterizes the view as minimal and insignificant, which we have addressed above. With respect to the absence of public facilities to draw residents to the lookout, part of establishing a lookout would be to place a bench and make the space available to the community. This would become one of just a couple public spaces between Loma Alta Creek and the 76 on the east side of the 101. It would be the only scenic lookout. In an area just blocks from the ocean, this is very sad. This would be a spot used by neighbors on foot, not a magnet for cars. Even if the view from the street vacation is not materially different than that from the curb, the street vacation is evidence that an east-west street was intended. In conclusion, we need development, and this parcel presents great opportunity for smart development. We ask only that the city be careful and thoughtful about what we are willing to trade in exchange for development. If we have the chance to preserve public resources and encourage private development, we must.
Thank you. Now will be the time for the applicant and their presentation.
Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council, my name is Howard Jacobs. I'm the president of the general partner of Oceanside Nevada LP, which is the owner and applicant for the Breeze Townhomes project. I have 38 years of urban infill development and construction experience, all of it as an owner-builder, including many multifamily residential projects and mixed-use projects. I'd like to explain to you a little bit about why we selected Oceanside and this property for the Breeze project, because I hope that your charge is to look at the entirety of the project and not only issues raised by the appellants. Oceanside's a thriving, beautiful coastal city that needs housing. In 2014, over 5 years ago, I learned of an empty lot for sale that was surrounded by developed properties near the beach. I researched the property and learned it was zoned for high-density residential. I appreciated how close it was to the nearby train stations, freeway, and bus transit. I saw that Oceanside was having a renaissance with lots of exciting new restaurants and other activities, and I realized this property had been on the market for many years, and I wanted to create a nice housing development there. A key issue for design was access for the site. Originally, our company purchased the 3 parcels at the end of Nevada Street only. I heard concerns from various people, including Ms. Geierman, one of the appellants, that the intersection of Oceanside Boulevard and Nevada Street was dangerous to navigate. Ms. Geierman told me she had had a bad traffic accident at that intersection at one point in time. Our property also had frontage on Oceanside Boulevard, but in an effort to be the best developers and neighbors that we could and make the best project possible, we contacted the owner of some adjacent property with frontage on Ditmar Street, and we arranged to buy that property from that owner. This allowed us to have primary vehicular access at Ditmar and Godfrey. This works well as the primary access point because there's a signalized intersection at South Ditmar and Oceanside Boulevard, and there's also an option to go down Godfrey Street to the Coast Highway. We specifically designed the project so that this access point will serve all resident and visitor vehicles entering and exiting the site. Nevada Street will have only emergency vehicle access, and even though we're not using Nevada Street for our access, we're still making new improvements to the Nevada Street cul-de-sac, including a modified cul-de-sac bulb for turnarounds, ADA-compliant sidewalks, and associated street dedication. The history of the project is that although it was submitted, I think, over 3 years ago, we've been working on it for over 5 years because we did have the pre-formal submittal design time and consulting time with the city. We also had one major redesign to try to accommodate neighborhood concerns. Our original 90-unit high-density project was completely gutted and changed to 34 townhomes because it seemed that was more in keeping with what the neighborhood wanted and consistent with what some of the neighbors already had that they live in. Even though we took almost two-thirds of the density out of our project, we still worked with the neighbors and we made refinements and technical code compliance changes. This project implements the city's policies. It complies with the zoning. Building out this long vacant site can help to reduce undesirable activities and crime in the area, and we're asking that the council evaluate the information and facts in the record to make your final decision based on what you deem best for the city as a whole. And now I'd like our consultant, Ann Gunter, to continue. Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, and council members. I'm Ann Gunter with the Lightfoot Planning Group. Our offices are at 5900 Pasteur Court in Carlsbad, and I am registered under the city's lobbyist ordinance. I'm here tonight representing the owner and applicant. These 2 appeals have raised various issues on a number of topics, and they have been addressed by information that's already in the record through the detailed project evaluation and work with staff, in the final mitigated negative declaration, which I know you received. There were extensive comments and responses that made up that record, and also at the Planning Commission hearing. None of the items that are included in these appeals, in our opinion, warrant overturning the Planning Commission's approval of this project. As has been discussed, we provided some detailed information and documentation to refute the claims that were made in those appeals, and I'm going to review some of those key points. But I would like to note that the majority of information in that document that was submitted is information that was, much of it was in the appellant's information that was provided, and what we tried to do was do a roadmap and add some color to maps and to expand on some of the explanation that was apparently confusing leading up to the Planning Commission. I'm going to address first the view issue. As noted, the South Nevada Street issue is referenced back to the local coastal program. And while that document may be old, there's a long history of interpretation and policy regarding the LCP and regarding public views. The Coastal Act and the city's LCP indicate a desire to protect public views and public enjoyment of scenic resources. But that doesn't mean every view is to be protected. The view from South Nevada Street isn't designated as being in a highly scenic area or an area of significant aesthetic value in the LCP's description of those areas. That doesn't mean that you can't go to the end of the cul-de-sac and see a nice view. But part of what the LCP is identifying are significant views, things that are available to a large number of people. And that is part of why the LCP addresses east-west streets, freeways, the pier, Pacific Street, places where large numbers of people are able to enjoy the ocean. Richard showed this picture, and there were some other discussions. Again, the LCP view protection issues focus on the ocean. So again, while you may be able to see a long distance in many directions from this high point, the view of the ocean itself is quite limited. I do want to focus a little bit on this diagram. We did take a point on that cul-de-sac to show a view cone. It shows where that goes between the buildings. The larger cone where the appellant showed that we were blocking some views, again, does not recognize that there are other places on this cul-de-sac where you can see down the driveway and through these buildings. We just tried to show where the building limits are. And I would also note there were some trees on the concept plan that Planning Commission asked us to remove, and those have been removed on this exhibit. And this again goes to show that that view corridor, as you extend it to the west, does go exactly across Buccaneer Beach and the point where the ocean view is available, where it's not blocked by existing structures or topography. South Nevada is a dead-end street. It's not a major thoroughfare. It's a short cul-de-sac street where few people would experience the view. Again, I'm not trying to dismiss that that they might enjoy that view, but it is very limited in terms of its appeal to the general public. And there are no public facilities or amenities that otherwise draw people there. As the LCP talks about viewpoints and overlooks, the idea is that there's a gathering place, that there's a viewpoint, for instance, at the lagoon. There's a viewpoint at Pacific Street, somewhere where there's a large area. Simply adding a bench in a public right-of-way, particularly in an area that has some challenges in terms of criminal activity on occasion, and hopefully that goes away with the development of this vacant site. It's just not a simple solution to throw a bench and say, now this should be a viewpoint. At the same time, it's understood that seeing this view could be valuable to those residents. And so that's why when they were designing the site layout, the architect, the applicant made an effort to retain some visibility through this view cone. The Planning Commission recognized that that was done, and that's why they added a condition to limit the vertical obstructions, such as trees or structures or vertical elements, and that condition is included in the Planning Commission's resolution. The view experienced across this vacant property will obviously be changed when housing's developed here. But that's not unlike other places in the coastal zone where development near the water blocks or limits views somewhere. Think about what's happening downtown. You can look at Pierside, the beach resort, the city parking structure, SALT, as well as any various residential projects in the coastal zone. Any new or larger structure where there was a vacant lot or a smaller structure is going to obstruct some portion of a view that previously existed on a public street. Again, that does not warrant, those do not all warrant protection under the coastal plan. I want to touch next on the cemetery and the boundary issues. The appeal raised questions about the cemetery, whether the project would impact the historic property, and the simple answer on this is no. The cemetery is recognized as a historical site. It's clearly stated throughout the Cultural Resources Survey on this property, in the mitigated negative declaration. The Breeze project is located next to the Ocean View Cemetery property. The project's going to be fully confined within the legal limits of the property. It won't spill over or encroach onto the cemetery's property boundary, not during project construction and not after completion. Development of this project does not affect the cemetery's integrity or its historical significance. Ocean View would continue to be an important historical site within the city, and the project does not directly or indirectly impact that adjacent site. The appellants claim that there is some confusion about the cemetery boundary. There simply isn't confusion. The property boundaries have been documented through the legal descriptions provided through the title company with title insurance, and those legal descriptions are consistent going back to at least 1887. That's before Oceanside was a city. The property boundary was surveyed by a licensed land surveyor. This is a copy of the survey of just that Ditmar parcel that Mr. Jacobs indicated he purchased. The yellow area is what we call the Ditmar parcel. The green is the cemetery property, just highlighting that survey for ease of reference. That survey is based on the legal descriptions that are in those title documents. This exhibit shows the cemetery fencing relative to those property boundaries. And again, fencing is not used to determine project boundaries. The legal boundary in the survey established those project limits. Those limits will be marked in the field by surveyors before there's any construction, and all project fencing is going to be within the Breeze property, not on the cemetery. Construction on and adjacent to property lines is routine. There's no basis for the contentions in the appeal that that's going to somehow lead to damage to the cemetery. I'm going to briefly touch on some of the old maps. I know that you have this in your packet. This is the Godfrey's Edition map from 1887, and what I've done on here is the dark green is the original Forester's Cemetery. The light green is the 1932 Cemetery Edition, and it specifically identifies the lots that are called out in those two legal descriptions. Ditmar Street is clearly outside of those subdivision boundaries, as is Hill Street to the west. This is the 1932 subdivision map. Also shows Ditmar as a separate street. That's highlighted in the orange, if you can see that on your screen. The light green area, again, is the Cemetery Edition, and the key map that's kind of in the upper right is based on that map 260 that I just showed, with the original cemetery boundary and the new edition. On that map, there is an owner's consent to subdivide this property for cemetery purposes. That is not a recorded covenant, as was mischaracterized in the appeal. It is a consent to a subdivision and an agreement that those lots, little teeny tiny plots, are for cemetery purposes only, and not somebody can go sell them to build a house on them. The subdivision owner's consent can only be applied to the limits of the subdivision legal boundaries. It cannot be applied outside the areas of the subdivision. And so regardless of what happens to Ditmar Street, then or in the future, it cannot be applied to that because it was not a legal part of the cemetery boundaries. The title company has reaffirmed that the portion of the Ditmar right-of-way that was received from the city in '65 and conveyed by the cemetery owner in '67 that's now part of the Breeze property is not encumbered by any cemetery restrictions, and it is a developable portion of the property. This exhibit shows the location of the concrete, and there was some confusion about all of this because, as you can see, that a portion of that concrete is on the piece of property that was in the '88 Ditmar vacation, and a portion of it is in the '65 portion. It's about, I don't know, it's about the size of a two-car garage or a storage shed. There is no evidence anywhere that construction of a chapel ever took place, and it certainly wasn't in this location. This concrete pad does not show up on any of the historic aerial photos that we showed. And we looked for that in those early photos to see if there was anything that indicated that that was happening. In fact, the historic documents indicate that once the owner of the cemetery in '32 built the mausoleum, he ran out of money. That's why the mausoleum wasn't finished. He never had an opportunity to complete the chapel, as far as we can determine. There's just no evidence that's credible in any manner that this was ever part of the cemetery, and it would have been illogical for the cemetery to build something that was clearly public right-of-way. Regardless, the cultural resource mitigation requirements apply to this just like they do to the rest of the property. I gotta talk fast. What about the concerns about human remains or potter's fields? Again, there's no evidence that there are any potential burials within the project boundary in any of the documents that have been provided in the negative declaration, in the testimony, and the appeal. But since we can't unequivocally prove that without doing some testing and monitoring, that's exactly what the conditions require. The applicant agreed to doing ground penetrating radar. Again, that was based on discussions with staff. That has been documented in the mitigation measures that are required. That will be done prior to any grading, and then during grading, this will be subject to cultural resource monitoring. If there's a cultural resource find during the project construction, there is a protocol. It's established by law, it's imposed through the conditions, and those requirements are applicable to any and all remains or resources, whether they're historic or prehistoric, whether they're native or non-native. If human remains are discovered, if they're determined to be historic by the experts, then the mitigation measure specifies exactly what needs to be done, which unfortunately is not as precise beyond, it has to be done in consultation with the property owner, with the Museum of Man, with any known descendants, and the city's added a condition for notification of interested parties. This is the city's condition, so the city is also a party to that consultation. This isn't an unknown thing, it's been documented and it is required through the mitigation measures. The last issues I want to hit on are some of the neighborhood issues, but I want to start by reminding the council that we have done community outreach on this project. That influenced a lot of the decisions and the design on this project. In addition to the standard notice within 1,500 feet and the posting of the property, we got feedback from the community through those postings via staff when the 90-unit project was in place. And with the redesign happened, we did a public community meeting here at the library community rooms. And I found that those meetings are a lot more effective if people know what they're going to be talking about. So the package that we distributed to people in the invitation included maps, it included exhibits, it included a detailed project description, it included a link to the project website that had all of our application materials. Based on that, there were a lot of concerns. There were density concerns, which was addressed by the reduction from 90 to 34 units. There were access concerns, which Mr. Jacobs has already talked about. The height of the building next door was of concern. So one of the buildings was designed so that it was next to Mrs. Geierman's house, so that it was a combination of 2-story and 3-story. There were a number of other things that came out through those meetings, but we engaged with the community. We had separate meetings with Ms. Geierman and Ms. Scott a couple of times to address specific concerns related to Ms. Geierman's property. One of the issues in this concern was the loss of light and view, the setbacks, and Mr. Mayor, may I have an additional minute? Thank you. One of the issues is that the setbacks and the light and air, and I'm just putting this slide up to show that when the house that Ms. Geierman, or the condo she's in, it was built in 2007, it was very similar to what's happening now. That house was built with 5-foot setbacks next to the house next door to them that was built in 06, which affected the building next door to it, which was built in 63. This is a common development pattern. The zoning and the building code requirements for setbacks and building separation are established in part to deal with light and air issues. And what is being proposed on Breeze is no different than what has happened throughout much of Oceanside. This is an exhibit that looks down the property line between Breeze and Ms. Geierman's house. Again, this was done at her specific request to help her understand the setbacks. Her setback is 5 feet. It looks a little closer maybe because her roof overhangs 2 feet into the setback, and that is allowed by zoning. On solar, the project does not affect the neighbor's solar panels. The Solar Rights Act does not limit new development adjacent to existing solar unless the owner has a solar easement, which this neighbor does not have. Nevertheless, we did do...
Please wrap it up.
Thank you. We did do updated studies to confirm that there are no impacts on her solar panels. The guest parking on this project exceeds the number that is required. There are no parking spaces required in coastal, and this project even exceeds what would be required if it were in inland, which would be 7 spaces. In this project, there are 10.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
At this time, we'll go to the public. We have speakers, I take it?
Yes, we have 12 speakers. Our first speaker, I'm going to call you down 4 at a time. Please approach the next available microphone and please speak clearly into the microphone. Our first speaker is Sherry Mackin, to be followed by Arlene Hammerschmidt, to be followed by Scott Ashton, to be followed by Colleen Bulge.
Council, Mayor, I just want to say, for the record, I'm completely blown away that Councilmember Sanchez couldn't get a second from any of you on her motion to postpone this. I saw the paperwork that came in the other night, and that's quite a bit to expect your regular resident to breeze through. Doesn't show much compassion on your side. I'm seeing a definite pattern here. About a month ago, we were here with yet another project before you, the North River Not a Farms project, where the developer asked and was granted a rezone of agricultural land for a massive housing project. Residents begged council members to recuse themselves if they took money from the developer or lived near the proposed project. Here we are almost a month away to the day, and again, we ask those of you making this decision tonight to recuse yourself if you took money from the developer. As of the last donation reporting period, Jack, you received $5,500 from this developer. Rodriguez, you've taken $10,100 from your buddy, states right here, your friend, Rodriguez's friend, Howard Jacobs. So did Susan Custer when she ran for council. Custer is now a sitting planning commissioner and one of the 3 out of 5 votes to approve this project at the Planning Commission. Legal? In our city. Ethical? Absolutely not. A total of $28,650 has been given by this developer directly to candidates, and I'm sure much more in indirect expenditures. He's got a couple more things on the books here in Oceanside, too. The neighborhood is simply asking for small concessions. Don't let your indebtedness to Jacobs skew doing what is right for the neighborhood. For the record. Here are the amounts Jack received, Rodriguez and Custer. Thank you.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. First of all, I am speaking tonight under protest because it's like 20-1 for the days of difference. The developer has had 20 to every one of our days to analyze the appeal compared to the days that we have had to analyze their adjustments. So I am speaking under protest. Second thing is, I hope we can do much better than continually disrupting and degrading the quality of life of current residents. The developer can do better. This council can demand better of the developer. Now, I am here. I am like an expert in the sun. I spent 30 years teaching in the sun and adjusting to it. I also am probably one of the few people in this room with an entire SDG&E bill that averages under $90 a month. That's because I designed my home to be passively solar heated and passively cooled by the breezes. Now, but I'm speaking about sun and shadows. There's a great deal of difference between what the developer offered in October for the same date, which is June 21st at 9 a.m. Notice this is missing compared to this. This is the new offering. I could back this up and put it side by side so you could see it. I might ask for Jimmy's help. But the difference is on the new model, it's the same day, June 21st, all of this shading is missing. June 21st, 9 a.m., 9 a.m., lots of shade. I question the expertise of this shadow study. I question it. We don't even know what time this is, Pacific Standard Time, Daylight Time, whatever it is. It's noted here, but it's not here. There's a lot of differences in the shade. Another example is from, I need that still, it's from December the 21st, the shortest day of the year. The first shadow study showed that the sun was still up. I'm sorry, what time did the sun go down today? 4:30? This says 5 o'clock on it. No, that says 3, my bad, wrong day. May I have a little bit more time, Mayor?
You got 30 seconds.
Thank you very much. But we also see a discrepancy in the shadows from the new version. Well, that's the old version. From the old version to the new version. Fully shaded, completely missing. Also, the angle of the sun is different on the same day of the year at the same time. Here's the angle of the sun from the new study. Here's the angle of the sun of the old study.
Please wrap
I
it up.
question the expertise of this expert.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for the extra time.
Scott Ashton, to be followed by Colleen Balch, to be followed by Joe Hill, to be followed by Christy Hawthorne.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Scott Ashton, CEO of the Oceanside Chamber of Commerce. I did recently speak on behalf and in support of this project at the Oceanside Planning Commission, and we do commend the city staff and Planning Commission for their support of this project, and I'm here this evening to ask for your support as well. A key focus of the Chamber's housing creation policy platform is to support growth in transit-friendly areas. And we believe that this project is aligned with our position as it is located within walking distance of an NCTD Sprinter station. The project is below density limits and would bring much needed housing to a location in our community that is already zoned for housing. Furthermore, this project enhances public safety by bringing positive development to a currently vacant lot. Your support of this project is critical as it will show that Oceanside is serious about encouraging transit-friendly projects and inviting more great projects that will provide housing options for our local workforce and their families. Thank you for your time.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. Colleen Balch, South O. I'm going to bring up a couple of things, but the first thing I'm going to touch on so I don't forget is this developer has stated that they will not restrict these from being short-term rentals. So should we end up with 34 short-term rentals, nothing going to our arena? Without that, that's what's going to happen. The other thing that you need to think about is these new projects, while Ann brought a point out saying that it's typical, the 5-foot setbacks, et cetera, this is a larger complex than just putting a duplex next to another one. This is 34 units. This is 34 units that's going to impact an existing neighborhood that has areas that they park, that they're used to walking, etc. What's going to happen when you build this and they're asking to stagger the construction? Where are those people parking? They can't park on the street they're building because that's a fire lane, and that has to remain open the entire time while they're under construction. No violating that, period. So where are those construction people parking? How are they getting in and out? When the cul-de-sac bulbs are changed to address this, they're losing more parking there. So you're not supposed to impact the neighborhood like that, but you're impacting all of their parking. They're losing. They're the losers on this end. The development itself might be okay, but you're not thinking about the people that live there already. This is typical. This is typical of our city. Our city staff has done it. Planning Commission has done it. Doesn't mean it's right. Think about the people that live there now, and think about this on every single project you look at. Would you like to live next to this and live there for how many years while they decide to build it? I wouldn't.
Joe Hill, to be followed by Christy Hawthorne, to be followed by Debbie Allen, to be followed by Nadine Scott.
Honorable Mayor, City Council members, Joe Hill, 2855 Rutgers Place. The year is almost over. We're almost to the end of December. I want to compliment this body as a whole for getting it right on probably 95% of what is approved in this city. But the bad things, the extra 5% is the ones that cause all of the grief and all of the problems with our citizens and the constituents that expect them, you folks, to stick up for the folks that are affected by all of these projects. So using that logic, when projects do come up that are stinky and questionable in any part of Oceanside, you're going to see the same people over and over again, Mr. Mayor. I know you made a comment one time, the same people are always up here talking, and that's true. Because we're not NIMBYs. We're neighborhood group leaders objecting and presenting the facts to show you and the council that this is just another one of those things that you're making a mistake on. We stick together. If it happens in the South Morrow Hills, we support it because we know it's going to affect Oceanside. If it happens in Donna's neighborhood, we know how it's going to affect that property too. So this appeal should not be approved. This appeal should be approved because it's a compromise. It's not a rejection of the project. It's not going away, but at least the compromise allows the people who live in the area and the citizens to get what they want. That's all it is. It's a compromise. Plus, you'll be accused of listening to your constituents, which is a really good thing. Also, based on Mr. Jacobs' history as the STR king of Santa Monica and other places where he's been building these properties, this project is going to contribute to the glut of high-end luxury homes that remain unsold and ultimately increasing the number of short-term rentals and STRVs that end up as at the expense and the grief of the local citizens in the area around this property. Possibly a compromise to that would be to put in the CCRs for this project no rentals. That would be a good thing. And then I want to touch base with you on this one safety issue. The project itself is being built right next to the railroad tracks, and it's kind of hard to see this, but these are the units, and there's a 5-foot sidewalk between the units and the cliff. And we saw what happened to Del Mar. You never know what's going to happen on a cliff near railroad tracks. So that's something that you all should consider. Thank you very much.
Good evening. My name is Christy Hawthorne. I'm the president of the Oceanside Historical Society. I'm a 36-year resident here in the city. No one group or entity has a greater interest in the preservation of the Ocean View Cemetery than that of the Oceanside Historical Society. Our track record of nearly 3 decades of commitment to the upkeep, research, and preservation of the cemetery speaks for itself. Since the very early 1990s, we have continued 2 cleanups a year, the Saturday before Memorial Day and the Saturday before Veterans Day, and we make sure that flags are placed on the graves of those who served. We also help to caretake the cemetery when there is an issue. We contact Eternal Hills. Sometimes if there's a serious issue, we've contacted OPD. This has not been a one-time thing. This has been nearly 30 years of maintenance and looking over and taking care of this cemetery. It is a historic cemetery. The Oceanside Historical Society recognizes its significance. And having expressed our long-lasting involvement in the preservation of the Ocean View Cemetery, we do not believe that the proposed development would have any additional impact on the cemetery than any previous development. The cemetery has weathered projects all around it, including existing homes, apartments, commercial buildings, a used car lot, a gas station, an RV and mobile home park. And to my knowledge, no one raised objections over these existing projects, and the cemetery is still here today. Some have brought up the subject of burials beyond the boundary lines of the cemetery, even though it has very defined and lawful property lines. My question would be, what property owner would allow this and take the risk of converting their unimproved land into a cemetery, and where is the proof of such a thing? During my extensive research of the cemetery and others, I've yet to come across a death certificate or obituary stating that a person was buried in an open field or outside the boundaries of this cemetery. I've collected nearly 100% of all obituaries published in the local newspaper between 1888 and 1930, and I found no mention or instance that Oceanside has a Potter Field or a Potter Cemetery. Even when a person died in Oceanside who was unknown, in the case of an unidentified African-American man at about 23 years of age, he was hit by a train in August 7th of 1913. His death certificate states that he had undertakers that buried him in a proper burial in the Ocean View Cemetery, not in an unmarked field, not outside the boundaries of the cemetery. We've no opposition to the proposed development based upon diligent and factual research, and the Oceanside Historical Society stands committed to the preservation of the Ocean View Cemetery. Thank you.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and council members. My name is Debbie Allen. I'm here representing 3 entities tonight. I am the current general manager of Eternal Hills Memorial Park, who technically manages the Ocean View Cemetery. We have it, we actually placed $70,000 worth of improvements last year. We did upgrade the mausoleum, we did new fencing, and we used the boundary lines that were there. We make sure that it's maintained, mowed, watered. A lot of times we do have some water lines cut, so we come out and make sure that those are taken care of. Anytime there's an issue with a neighbor who calls us, we are out immediately. 2002, I came to this town to be the general manager, and I had the honor to meet with Esther Sanchez and Christy Hawthorne because there were issues at the cemetery. From that day on, I made it a commitment to the residents of the cemetery and to the residents of Oceanside that we would maintain it to the best of our ability. There has been a lot of transient issues there, and so the outskirts, there's been issues. That's why we upgraded the fencing. To this day, no one has found any other human remains, and I would think that with all the transient issues, there would be some human remains found with some of the digging up of things. I am in favor of this project. I think it will enhance the neighborhood. I think it will enhance the historical site of the cemetery. And so as the manager of a cemetery and as the caretaker of human remains, I think that this is a great site. I think that if there's anything found that we can do to enhance it, we will. I also like that it's close to the corridor, the transient corridor. We need this building. This is also on a site that's not favorable, but this builder is making it favorable for this town. That's about it. Thank you very much.
Nadine Scott, to be followed by David Ian Zernick, to be followed by Mindy Martin, to be followed by Carolyn Kramer.
Good evening. Nadine Scott, Friends of Loma Alta Creek. Ann's right. We did work with she and staff early on, and every single thing we asked for was rebuffed. Every single item. They did provide the solar study, and then all of a sudden, yesterday, that's all completely changed. It's egregious that none of you would second a motion to continue this so that our experts have a chance to look at that data. It's fundamentally unfair, and we will not forget that at election time. We're also not going to forget who takes money from Mr. Jacobs, and we'll fight you. Rodriguez, your time's coming too. You got your own problems that you got to take care of with your code enforcement cases. So I challenge Mr. Jacobs, who comes waltzing into our city. Oceanside needs housing. I think every single human being in this room and on TV agrees with that. You know what we don't need? More short-term vacation rentals. This location will be a fire hazard and a disaster. He refused over and over and over and over again to restrict these homes from being STVRs. So I challenge you. You say we need homes. Good, restrict this in your HOA to no STVRs. There is not adequate parking. There will never be adequate fire evacuation safety. I think it's been pointed out quite clearly that that fire lane is inadequate. It's a one-way in and a one-way out. It's dangerous. None of us would ever live there, nor would we have our children live there. And to Miss Allen, she doesn't know of any Potter's Field. Is she familiar with the Hungry Hunter? That land uncovered hundreds of burials. These people didn't have death certificates, and they didn't have obituaries. So I find her comment preposterous. Last but not least, the conflicts sitting up here on the dais between Jack and Christopher. There's no way you can make an unbiased decision after accepting those amounts of money. There's no way. If you were honest and you cared about our city, you would recuse due to the stench of conflict, whether realized or actually not.
Honorable council members, thanks for listening. I live right across the street from this property on 1220 South Ditmar Street. And when I did the foundation on my house, the soils in that area are okay. You know, if there's engineering done, as Jim knows, there's a way to make those foundations out there safe. And then also that slab that's got talked about, what happened about 10 years ago, someone came, because again, I live across the street, someone came, I don't know if it was a bum or something, they built an entire garage there and were using that for a couple months. And then the city came, I guess code enforcement came and forced them to demolish that. So that's kind of the history of that slab right there at the end of Ditmar Street. But again, honorable council members, the decision that you make tonight can be life or death. The area just north of the railroad tracks, including Howard's Lot and Ocean View Cemetery, have become an unsupervised area. This area, which has no nighttime lighting, is a high crime area. It attracts car campers, homeless people living in the canyon, and people defecating anywhere they like. The police make frequent stops between the 7-Eleven and the railroad tracks. Several years back, some bums were fighting there. One of the guys in the fight later died. I urge the city to take decisive action to try to prevent future murders from happening in my neighborhood and in my city. Providing additional lighting to the Ocean View Memorial Cemetery would help reduce crime. Additionally, I urge you to approve Howard's project. This approval has numerous benefits. They include creating jobs, providing the needed additional housing, providing money to the city, and of course, reducing crime in an otherwise unsupervised area. I'm hopeful that with this project, there will not be such a need for so many police patrols. With the added residential units and the residences constantly watching the area, I'm hopeful that the buffer zone between Howard's property and the railroad tracks will be less prone to trespassing and other crimes. Thank you for listening.
Mindy Martin, to be followed by Carolyn Kramer, to be followed by Lisa Hamilton.
I just want to say that I am a YIMBY. I like development. I like density. The only time that y'all have heard me here talking was on behalf of high density on the 101. I just think that Oceanside is all too eager and too willing to kind of put out for developers instead of guarding our resources. And other cities do that, and I think we should too. And I just wanted to quickly go through some of the points that Ms. Gunter made. The reason that the point of the documents being from 1985 matters is not because we can't have like enduring principles or guidelines from 1985. It's because the universe of the things we're protecting kind of stopped then. And since we know that the creek was kind of like a dump land at that point, it's not surprising that it's not recognized as a highly scenic area. And we're putting so much time and energy into revitalizing that creek and doing other things in that area. It kind of wonders why would we do that if it's still going to be treated like it's a drainage ditch. Also, I wanted to, that's my little boy. I also wanted to show this because I think that the picture that Ms. Gunter put up is like, I mean, this is on a cloudy day, this is last week, and there's a significant amount of water. I can see actually people walking on the beach. I can see people walking across the, to cross from Buccaneer Beach to cross at the lighted beacon. It's a significant view. And the thing is that when she showed, the spot where there was a cone that they're maintaining, what one wonders is how that is, because look here. So it's from one point here, but that's a line. It would not be a cone, right? So this is a cone because it's unobstructed and you view out. But if you're standing there and you're looking between this building and this building, it's certainly not a cone. So you have like a glimpse of what is there. And it also seems a little bit strange to me that they're not offering us a 3D rendering or like a perspective from the street. They show us ones from the train tracks, and everything that they are showing us are done in-house. Like it seems that in other cities you would have to demonstrate 3D perspectives to show the view, to show what remains, and it would have to be done by a third party. And it seems like that's the least we should expect before we give away views. Thanks.
Good evening, Council. Carolyn Kramer. This is my neighborhood, 904 Leonard Avenue, Oceanside. So here we are again, asking you to support the citizens and their quality of life. And here we are again, another developer coming to our neighborhood, and once again, he could care less about the neighbors who live around this proposed project. Neighbors have invested lots of money putting solar in, only to have this project block their sunlight and make their solar equipment useless. You already approved the horrible hotel down the street with lots of traffic, and now this one just up the hill will deposit even more traffic into my neighborhood along with adjacent neighborhoods. You are sitting up there to represent us. You're our council members, but we're seeing that you are up there representing the developers who have contributed to your campaigns generously. So we can only imagine what we're going to find on the next campaign reporting. Bought and sold to the highest bidding developer. Thank you, Esther Sanchez. At least there's one person sitting up here that cares about the people and asks for a continuance. How in the heck do you drop a big document like on lay people 24 hours before a meeting and expect them to understand what the heck is going on? Well, we understand what's going on. I don't think any of you were here when they built that project on Sorbonne and that thing slid down the hill. Now it's nice open space. So we have the horrible hotel built on a slope, slippery slope. Now we have this one built above the railroad tracks, slippery slope. Here we go. There are so many safety concerns the neighbors have with this developer who chooses to ignore them. And I wonder why he would not work with the neighbors. I guess because he already knows he has 3 votes and doesn't have to change a thing. His developer money speaks volume with 3 of you sitting up there. So pay attention, Oceanside voters out there. They have ignored the wishes and pleadings of us people of Oceanside so they can appease their developer buddies. Remember in November, when you go to the polls, vote them out before they come to your neighborhood. We want you gone, Peter, Chris, and Jack. See ya.
Lisa Hamilton?
Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Lisa Hamilton, 323 South Ditmar. If this project were presented in a class for development and planning, I think it would get a D-. Simply put, there are still too many structures, too high, crammed onto a very difficult site. The trash pickup is a clear example of what's wrong with this project. The street is so narrow, that's a street, not an alley, so narrow and one way that the trash trucks take up most of the street as long as it takes to pick up the cans. That's every week. Then the cans have to be pushed back into position when the trash truck is gone. Trash trucks exit onto Oceanside Boulevard, already a busy street. They will not be exiting with the light. They'll have to wait. Nobody else will be able to use that entrance or exit, just the trash trucks. Does this even make sense? Is this going to be explained, this trash pickup situation, to prospective buyers? Oh, by the way, you're stuck in your garage until the truck passes, and you will have to push your trash cans back and forth down the street for trash pickup? Please consider some of the problems which will be built into this project. Trash is one. And send it back to the drawing boards for further design modifications to make it more acceptable to neighbors and more convenient for its prospective residents. Thank you.
We have no more speaker slips, but this is a public hearing.
Are there any other speakers that would like to address this issue? Mr. Knott?
Thank you, Jimmy. Cindy Rocco, Honorable Mayor and Council, thank you. It's obvious that the project will be approved, but I think you can see that obviously there's some specific modifications or some leeway and consideration that could be given to some of the more, as I see, glaring issues, and that would be having 15-foot setbacks, extending the setbacks by 10 foot on both the cemetery side and on the Geierman side. It's a small accommodation. It helps to actually avoid going in and trying to do a re-expertise shadow study to document or not document whether we're taking away solar or not taking solar, unless, even if we have no solar easement. Wouldn't it be great if we didn't take anybody's solar away from them? Regardless. So that would be a slight accommodation. I know it's probably not that easy for a developer to do that, but it is possible to make accommodation. Also, if willing to do whatever it is to find bodies, then do that to find a chapel. Let's just get that one right out of the, might as well hit that one at the same time. There's obviously very much discrepancy on what was there, what's not there. It's a shed. Why don't we have records of sheds and things of that sort? So why not nail that right out? Also, the boundaries. I know if there was new fencing done, me being a walker, I tried to beeline and go from the dip sprinter and tried to head up right to Donna's site. Well, it's quite precarious. There are a lot of encampments that you cannot even see that are there. I got a little scared, had to make a phone call, but I had to just shortcut. Instead of going down towards where the mausoleum was, I had to go underneath the fence, and the fence, actually, the Kellogg's are buried halfway and halfway on the fence, because I physically had to climb through the fence to get out of there because I was kind of scared, and the Kellogg's are outside of the cemetery boundary. Even though fences are not boundaries, obviously, when the fence, there should be a little bit more consideration. So there is a possibility that there could be some shifting, even if there are no records on deaths, et cetera. I mean, I think it's just a consideration. Also, the other thing was with the dumpsters. This just makes so much sense. We were here in this council, I don't know, maybe a couple months ago with Colleen Foster, and we went through all the state mandates with the green Oceanside processing, et cetera, et cetera. So then we come down and then we have it all set up with systems to try to accommodate greenhouse gases, who's gonna pick up what cans when, and each of the commercials have to have a green bin now, and their recycle, and their landfill. So then eventually, this is gonna we're all gonna end up having 3 bins. But this is apparently a waiver to get it to not have the containers, but I mean, you know what I'm talking about, the big bin versus 3 little bins. So if normally we put big bins in projects like this, then why do a waiver? Because it'll accommodate a lot more of the safety issues if you just make that change. So thank you for listening.
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane. 4 points. 1, as a recent study came out about the psychological impact of living within 2 miles of an ocean, is the soothing soundscapes. There was no mention of the impact of this barrier to those in the community immediately on the bluff about being able to hear the ocean and what impact it will have. I can hear it where I live, mainly after midnight. And the question is, on that anxiety reduction for those people, what psychological impact that will have. 2, for the community outreach. I want to thank Ann Gunter for trying to take and making arrangements for my meeting in my park. But it was constantly being revised and extended due to the maps and also revisions onto the plan. But I do want to take and get publicly acknowledged for her constant trying to make an appointment, but the plans changed and changed and changed. For a question for the developer, what community enhancements does the developer want to do and give to the people of South Oceanside? I have yet to hear of anything. Is this just a private development for his own interests, or does he plan to help the community in any way? And to Mindy, the question of where does this idea of a drainage ditch over the Loma-Alta Creek come from is very simple. Mayor Richardson, years and years and years ago, he basically blocked the channel there when the U.S. Army Corps of Engineers was designating waterways and also estuaries. He basically had at the ocean blocked, and so that would be labeled a seasonal wet drainage ditch due to him and his family's property interests, including the land on which my park exists currently. So if you ever wonder the reason why, that historically is the reason why, and he used city equipment to block the creek. Thank you.
With no other speakers, the appellants have some time left, 10 minutes left for rebuttal if you'd like that. So between Mrs. Geierman and Mrs. Stanger-Smith, if you want to arrange your time appropriately.
Honorable Mayor, council members, first of all, the conversation with Mr. Jacobs that I had with him when I first met him, we talked about, yes, our street is unsafe, but that property was being sold with entitlements. Lightfoot Planning had done years and years of work on a project called Bella Terra Townhomes, so I'm sure some of you are familiar with it. And that project moved them away from our homes. There was a buffer. And they also said they were aware that our intersection was dangerous and they were going to put in turn lanes to come in and out. And that's what we were talking about with him, that hopefully we would get those turn lanes put in. Also, the only meetings I ever heard about was when it was the 34 townhomes, never the 90 units. As far as not knowing anything about this chapel, we do have that historical document showing the building of a basement, and the mausoleum does not have a basement. We contacted the actual owners of the cemetery in Texas. I was down looking through historical records in downtown San Diego, and I wanted to get the building records. And we had to have that paper signed by them in order for me to do it, and they would not do that. I could have found out what the building is. It was not a shed because there was a code enforcement case on that, and there's pictures, and the shed that was built by the McKissicks sat sideways. It's not even that footprint. He did use the concrete slab to set that shed on before they were going to build the house. You know, and we were asking about the CCNRs and no short-term vacation rentals. There is a problem because he's a builder-developer, and if he does townhomes and their CCNRs, if they're not sold, the CCNRs are no good. So we need to put something in there, or we're asking that you do, so they cannot become short-term vacation rentals. I've got party decks right outside my living room windows, 8 feet from my windows, there where they can look in, right outside my bedroom windows, air conditioning units within feet of bedroom windows. And if they do become short-term vacation rentals, these are 3 and 4 bedroom large places. There's going to be a lot of cars, there's going to be a lot of people. It's going to be a nightmare. I really ask that you look at this. They keep saying transit. These are 3 and 4 bedroom homes. A couple of them are what, 3,000 square feet? They're not going to be using the bus. They're not going to be using the Sprinter. That part's a joke, and we know it. And cars are not going to fit in those little garages. There's no driveway in front of them. So yes, all our streets are going to be impacted. I ask that the mail, and if there's a spot for delivery, please keep it away from Nevada. It's a Ditmar address. Have it down by Ditmar, and I do have a solution. I'm sure the developer won't like it, but because of the trash, because of the mail, everything, the section right by my house, that square, the 6 units that are 2 and 3 stories blocking solar and everything, if those were removed, you look, there's a driveway in there already. You could take and do a U-shaped driveway. You could have all your guest parking in there. You could have an Uber, dedicated Uber spot in there. You could have your cluster mailboxes in there. You could have your package delivery in there. And then you have your large trash containers. One can be over here where there used to be 4 parking spots, and the other ones can be there. It all fits. The truck can come right through from Oceanside Boulevard, do the 1 can, go to the next one, do the 1 can, and out. All your delivery drivers could come in from Ditmar, through that U-shape, do their thing, the mail, and out. It would solve all the problems. I know it's a big thing to ask with 6 units, but he's asking awful lot from us. And so there is a solution. I just hope you really listen. This is a big thing. Thank you.
Okay, hello all again. I would just like to further reiterate that this public view corridor is unique, and it is not just another public view corridor of ocean. It actually has a distinct geographical dip, so to speak, which is only viewable from the Nevada Street cul-de-sac. The Ocean View Cemetery actually lost and has very minimal ocean view because of the concrete windowless building, which is currently Oceanside Public Storage, which I believe was passed with the LCP as well. So it shows that the LCP is not all-encompassing and considers unique view corridors, and that there may be, in fact, more out there that should be considered. I also would like the argument that the developer has said that the view is actually preserved from the street vacation by story poles or some kind of accurate 3D perspective model, which is required in many other cities, with realistic site contextual models as well. I hope that you guys listen and consider this, because if we don't save this view, we probably will never see or have access to it as the public. Thank you.
She's not one of the appellants.
She is in with the appeal.
Okay, you got, I think it was 1 minute, 25 seconds left?
Yeah.
She's not an appellant. Her name's not her name in the documents, Esther. That's fine.
The only thing I want to say is nobody that's spoken against this has told the developer they don't want the project. They've asked for things that are affecting them. I'm asking for landscaping to shield the cemetery so it stays like a cemetery from the building. That's one concession. So you have the ability to do that as a council, as to give something to the public that they are asking for.
And I also wanted to say we're asking for the continuance because the shadow study that was delivered that we didn't get till yesterday is completely different than the one we had before. It states it was minimal. All it had to do was change the shape of our solar panels and the roof line. When you do those two solar studies side by side, how can a shadow go this way on one and that way on another? We had no time to have that studied and analyzed. There is no way you can tell, and now I have no guarantee. You want us to have solar, and this is what happens.
Thank you. With that, we will close the public hearing portion of this. Councilmember Sanchez.
I have a couple of questions of staff. Not sure who would be answering this, but a lot has been made of historic documents, and obviously there are conflicting historic documents that were presented by Shelley. And so what if it's determined that the concrete slab is in fact part of the chapel and therefore part of the cemetery? What would happen then? And I guess that would be to our city attorney, since our city attorney is apparently supporting the staff report that it is not part of the cemetery. So what if it turns out it is part of the cemetery?
In what context are you saying if it turns out it is? The deeds clearly indicate that it's not. So do you mean through a court order, or I'm not clear on the question?
No, because the one thing that was never done and was asked of Eternal Hills was to do a survey of the actual cemetery. That was never done. The survey was done of the property the applicant's property. It wasn't of the cemetery. And the fencing that's there now, the new fencing, is obviously not to the markers because there's at least one, I believe that's actually more, of the cemetery markers are right up against the current fencing. So there were a couple of people who went out there on behalf of Shelley to see, okay, what could the markers be? And unfortunately, it's really unfortunate that doing a survey costs something like $7,000 to $10,000. So I see why it wasn't done for the cemetery, but you know, what if it turns out that indeed the cemetery goes beyond what is the fencing?
You're saying if there's graves discovered?
I'm saying that if the cemetery actually goes beyond, that there was in fact a chapel, which would be more evidence that the cemetery actually extended out.
Okay, so my understanding is that there has been a licensed land survey that has been prepared. There has been title insurance demonstrated.
I understand that.
No,
what I'm asking you is, what if it's wrong?
Well, the only way, and I'm trying to clarify the question so I can answer it. And
Okay.
I'm asking you in what context. If you're saying in grading, if there's grading that goes on and they discover some evidence of cemetery usage
Yes.
on the applicant's property, then there's mitigation measures that are built into the project to stop construction and go through those protocols.
Okay, so then there cannot then be construction on the cemetery property, right?
There wouldn't be able to be construction on the area where artifacts are discovered if there were to be artifacts discovered. And I'll let Richard jump in as well because you probably know the conditions of approval that have been attached to the project.
That's correct. As part of the mitigated neg deck, there's a mitigation monitoring and reporting program which details out all the Native American conditions, our mitigation measures, as well as any remains or artifacts that archaeologists might discover during grading operations.
I know what the monitoring is, and I know what the protocol is. The protocol is to remove and then rebury. It doesn't actually mean that you're not going to build on it. So what if we're wrong, the city of Oceanside is wrong, and in fact the cemetery is actually there and extends beyond what we believe right now it extends to?
So I think what you're saying is if the Ditmar portion of the vacated right-of-way actually was within the cemetery, and I think what the evidence in the record shows is that the Ditmar right-of-way is clearly outside of the boundaries of the subdivision that was recorded in 1932. And so we don't have any evidence that the property is subject to those restrictions from the subdivision. I guess, if this were to be litigated in court, a court could make an appropriate order, if that's eventually where you're going. I don't see any evidence,
I guess what I'm saying is, what if we're wrong, city of Oceanside is wrong, and that the original documents from that pre-1932 are actually correct, and that there was a cemetery, that the cemetery actually extended beyond what we're saying, what the fencing is?
I don't understand in what context that would arise, because the documents in the record right now show that it's not. But if this,
what if? That's all I'm asking. Think outside the box.
Yeah, and the only way that what if would get answered is in litigation, I guess, and that court would have to fashion an appropriate order.
What if the massing of the building results in shading that will interfere with existing solar rights and existing solar systems?
Again, and maybe the applicant needs to step up and answer, but my understanding is there are no solar easements at issue in this project. They don't have any protected solar easements under the law. So as I understand, the shade study was done as part of the development application process as a courtesy, but not to protect or to address whether any legally protected rights would be adversely affected.
So people can invest in solar, 20,000, whatever it is, and then they could lose their solar rights because of development next door.
Protections from landscaping. There's definitely, the city has an obligation to ensure that landscaping from the project does not adversely affect the solar system, but unless there's an easement, there's no structural protections under the law.
Well, California did pass solar rights initiative, and my understanding is that they are protected. So I think the biggest issue here, and I think, John, you'll say that this is really having to do with policy issues, that it's a policy that it has to do with more of a council than existing laws, because unfortunately we do not have anything encoded having to do with the preservation of historic cemeteries, and we have 2 of them in Oceanside. There is no law, and I don't know why you keep saying this, that there is protocol. There is no protocol for burials that are non-Native American. There is no protocol. You know, we're talking about the founding fathers and mothers of the city of Oceanside. And on the East Coast, they actually, I did some research, they actually do a lot to preserve historic cemeteries and include them in their open spaces. This issue never came up before, I guess, because it was never threatened by development that would be done so close to the cemetery. You know, I can't even begin to imagine what would happen to Pioneer Cemetery if someone decided, you know, let's build right next to Pioneer Cemetery. Because there definitely are pauper fields there.
2 minutes.
I spent a lot of time talking to the experts for the applicants, and I certainly was convinced that while, yeah, obviously there's a project here, that the project is interfering with development already there. I'm going to call the cemetery a development. I'm going to call the development, you know, the solar panels, that's development, obviously. And we should not be interfering with investments. It's like, okay, we talk about property rights, and yet, you know, whose property rights matter? Just the ones that are going to build last? It doesn't make sense to me. Everyone should have their property rights protected. So I'm very concerned about this. I appreciate the sonar, but the bottom line is, you know, and the only thing that's going to help do is
1 minute left, Esther.
this. Thank you. Is going to alert us to bodies that we're just going to dump somewhere. You know, and these are historic people. This is our history, this is our culture for the citizens of Oceanside, and we have absolutely no respect for that. So I would be denying this project. I think it should, you know, without prejudice, go back to the Planning Commission and you know, make it so that it does not impede on the cemetery, does not impede on the solar rights of others, and certainly, you know, this is a very unique point of view in terms of the view corridor there. That should be preserved as well. So I'm of the opinion that we ought to deny this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. I have a question. What if the boundary lines that the staff and the Historical Society and the cemetery have identified are correct? What if this project has been approved by our city staff? What if this project has been approved by the Planning Commission? What if we have neighbors here that have spoken in support of this project? I have to clarify some items that were handed in during the appeal process. This question is directed to the city. Mike can't hear you. Sorry. To avoid any confusion, am I right that the materials and supplements, the proposed project finding, include documents such as the staff report to the City Council, the detailed appeals response recently submitted to and considered by the Council, and other project materials like the project's description and justification statement?
Yes, that's all in the administrative record.
Wonderful. I'd like to make a motion for approval.
Councilmember Khan.
First, before I address the rest of the project, I just want to discuss some of the issues that Councilwoman Sanchez brought up that I was fairly disappointed in. I would not, we've had so much information outlining the boundaries of that cemetery, and if I thought we were encroaching upon that in any way, I wouldn't be moving forward. So I take this very seriously, and for the insinuation that we don't, in questioning that, I don't appreciate that. This is a serious issue, and I've done my due diligence, and we've really looked at it. And I also, after addressing that, I want to thank the appellants for taking the time to speak with me. I went out and visited the site. I'm very familiar with the site. If I lived there, I'd probably have some of the same concerns. And I think it goes back to development now. And any development we have, a lot of it's going to be infill, and they're going to have impacts on their neighboring properties in some way. And it's just like in the 1200 block of South Nevada. And you saw the progression of houses. The furthest south was in 2007. The one next to it in 2006, the one next to that was in the 80s, and so forth. And each of those developments had impacts on the one next to it. So as we do these developments and improve these, we keep talking about smart growth, and my colleagues talk about smart growth, and that's what we want. We want infill with high density near rail and freeways, and this is the this could be the prototype for that. This is that smart growth that we're looking for. And while it could have some impacts on Ms. Geierman's property and things like that, it's I ultimately think it's going to be great for that part of the city. And I can speak with experience. I have spent years and years as a neighborhood police officer working in the 1200 block of South Nevada, so I can address some of the issues that I've heard tonight. And we do have some quality of life issues there. And one of the ways that you address that in planning a city is you have 24/7 residents that come in and invest and live there and care about it. And they call the police, they start neighborhood watch, they're there, they watch, they care. And I think that will bring up the whole neighborhood. And that's our goal with these. And we try to do smart development that's going to make our city better and more livable. And I've spent hours and hours with this project, and I really think that's what it will do. So I support this project going forward. Thank you.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Thank you. I do have a few questions. I'm starting to feel bad about myself. I've been scolded so much up here today. If Ms. Gunther would come up. We heard about liquefaction, and this is probably going to fall on Mr. Knowlton too, but is this unstable like that? I mean, that bank there?
Mr. Mayor, Deputy Mayor, Council, I think that Mr. Knowlton probably has way more qualifications than I to address geotechnical, but it is my understanding that this site itself does not have soils types that are subject to liquefaction.
If you'll stay there, I have another question.
Mayor and honorable council members, Jim Knowlton, GeoPacifica. I'm your geotechnical consultant, and I was surprised to see the display that was demonstrated that said that this site was subject to seismic activity and settlement and lateral movement. It is underlain by probably the best, densest bedrock material that we have in the city of Oceanside. It is great foundation material. However, just below the site, the railroad tracks and the trailer park are subject to all of the items that they mentioned about seismic activity.
So that's from the right-of-way of the railroad going south?
Right at the bottom of the bluff, it turns into the Loma Alta Creek tributary, okay. And it's all underlain by soils that are subject to liquefaction.
Okay, thank you. So my question is, in the 80s, when I came here, I reviewed all the plans that went through for development, for waste management, and it was always about the 3-yard dumpsters or 4-yard dumpsters in those particular. So I have 2 questions regarding the trash. One is, this is 28 feet. Does that include the rolled sidewalk?
Yes, it does.
And is that rolled sidewalk on both sides, or
Yes,
just?
it is.
So, can you tell me how you came to these toters? There's no green waste in these, so they probably don't need.
So we spent a lot of time discussing options for waste. As you probably remember from working with waste management, dumpsters are not always desirable. They're loud, they have issues with being overfilled, with being messy, with maintenance, and there are often a lot of complaints about where they're sited, especially if they need to go next to existing residences. When we were looking at the options, there was a mention made that we need a waiver, and I don't believe this is a formal waiver. The city code section actually allows modification of the multifamily standards when it's appropriate in a location. And so the fire lane and the access drive was designed so that there was room for the trash containers to be stored in the garages, and there's room in each garage for the 3 bins, and for those to then be rolled to the location that's designated on the line. Yeah, we actually did make the garages larger in order to be able to accommodate those. We had originally planned to do waste and recycle, and given the direction the city is going, the waste wanted to have us add a 3rd bin for potentially for organics. So we have made allowances for those 3 bins when that organics requirement comes forward. And so again, we've accommodated that on the site.
So the green waste will be handled by the association?
Yeah, there'll be a landscape contractor, and they will haul that green waste.
The issue, you know, a 28-foot driveway is pretty wide. Where will this truck be driving?
So a 28-foot fire lane is the city's standard. In a small project like this, and given the way that driveway is aligned, there were concerns. We didn't want people speeding through there because there was a straightaway. So we worked with both fire and with the transportation division with the idea that we would narrow that lane so that it kind of suggests to people to slow down and to treat it like a driveway. That's kind of how we came up with making the rolled curbs so that it was easy for the fire trucks, if they do have an event and they have to respond, that they have their full 28 feet. And again, keep in mind that 28 feet is so that they can bring in a truck, stage it, and still be able to get another truck around it, or to get people around a truck that is staged for an incident.
So there's no overhangs that affect the driveway
Well, that's
at
a clear 28 feet that's required.
I think that's all I have for you.
Thank you.
I did want to make mention, I love seeing that map of 1932 and all of that land in the surrounding area, including north of Short Street, was all, it's all been farmland. And the cemetery, I don't think is affected in one bit of this. I did notice that when I was looking at the site, the outside of the park down below, the travel trailer park, I don't know what they call it, but has graffiti and up and down and overgrowth of weeds and things like that. But so does this property have the same kind of growth. I think this is going to clean up the area, raises the property values. I was happy when I thought it was going to be 90 units early on. I believe that we would have had a terrific project there, but to be 34 units is a long way from where it started. So I will second the motion.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Motion approved, 4-1. Sanchez, no.
So I have been asked to move to item 24 before we do the El Corazon item, so we will do that, and that is a request by Deputy Mayor Feller and Councilmember Rodriguez for a plan for Oceanside Parks.
One second. This is a thick book here today. So we've had many requests for more fields, more access to fields. There's school uses. There are of our parks that actually could use, it could be reconstituted as multi-purpose type uses. I think Mr. Olson was talking about at the grand reopening of Balderrama about the possibility of having a turf in the Balderrama Park. I mean, there's other things. We just actually approved some grant applications earlier today. So, the multi-purpose fields would serve an awful lot of people. Everything from the various football leagues, the baseball, as well as lacrosse, and rugby. All those things are part of the future of Oceanside, and we're limited in what we have in our lighting. It works if we can look at these. So I'll let Rodriguez, and then we'll go forward.
Yeah, the council member item's pretty clear. It's given staff a lot of freedom and flexibility to bring back some information for review. That's what this motion would be, is for staff to go back, look for the opportunities, put a sense of a plan and some costs together and timelines, and bring it back for further review and public discussion. I've been approached several times on the lack of fields and field space available. There's a lot of designation for, let's say, soccer or specific older leagues, and there's not a whole lot of availability for like our rugby, which is a growing sport as outlined in the master plan. It's up, I think 15% is what I was looking at. We have the Warriors who are here tonight. They've came multiple times asking for a field because a lot of these areas that are grass, that are fields, are designated and they're used up. So I think my only request would be to consider, and that's a part of this, when you guys move on this, is to consider additional opportunities, not just necessarily overlaying what's already being used 100% of the time. So just so we can create more opportunity for the rugby leagues and other football leagues. So that's it.
Do we have speakers?
We have 7 speakers on this item. Our first speakers are Diane Wolke, to be followed by Christine Gorman, to be followed by Ann Force, to be followed by Josh Williams. So I call your name, please make your way up to the next available microphone, and please speak clearly into the microphone.
Good evening, Mayor Weiss, Deputy Mayor, councilpersons. I'm Diane Wolke. I'm a resident of Arrowwood. I'm a retired certified nurse midwife and public health nurse, having served this and other communities in Southern California and other parts of the country and world, in fact, for nearly 30 years. I sent you an email earlier today outlining a myriad of concerns that I personally, as well as my neighbors, have with synthetic turf. And I'd like to take a few minutes this evening to expand on the health concerns associated with this. Is that big enough for you to see? You might be able to expand that a little bit. Okay, all turf fields are essentially made of the same components. And my biggest concerns are those that are the chemicals, of the 93 identified chemicals in turf, those that are endocrine blocking that particularly affect our youth, and high priority carcinogens that have been identified that are listed here. I am happy to provide you with a multitude of links to research and to various reports and articles if you have a need, but my understanding is your own staff has a lot of information on these issues and concerns as well. A big thing that's coming up now that we've all seen in news reports recently is the concern regarding microplastics. I would assume that you're looking at infills that would include crumb rubber. I know that we don't put crumb rubber or recycling centers, tire recycling centers in our residential areas and our open spaces for very valid reasons. And this is what we're talking about in infill is going to be crumb rubber. And now they also incorporate plastics, which because of repeated grinding with sports activities become microplastics that end up in our water tables and in our oceans. So those are big areas of concerns that are growing now. These are some of the health concerns that I think I outlined in my email today. There's currently a registry that's been developed because there are so many youth athletes that are developing Hodgkin's lymphoma that play on these artificial turf fields. This is not a small consideration. Your fiduciary responsibility to our city is to protect us, and even if it means protecting the public health and safety above your own personal and your own family needs, I think we can all agree that this applies to your families as well. A lot of research is going on. 70% of these fields have been shown to have methicillin-resistant bacteria that are in these fields.
If you could please wrap it up.
Okay. We have concerns with ingestion of these particles. We have children who play on the rolled crumb rubber playground areas.
I'm going to have to ask you to finish at this point. There's not going to be an action taken tonight other than possibly to direct staff to come back. So I would suggest a lot of that information, if you can get to Mr. Koger over there. He is our resident expert. Him.
You specifically?
Yes.
Okay. I will do that, and I will be back.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Christine Gorman, to be followed by Ann Force, to be followed by Josh Williams, to be followed by Zach Barrington.
Hello, Mayor, council members. My name is Christine Gorman. I've been a resident of Oceanside for close to 20 years. I asked before this meeting if I could get more information about what's the reasoning behind this. You mentioned creating more fields and playing areas. What does that have to do with introducing synthetic turf, which is going to render them useless? I'm all for it, if people need those fields and you have a way to create them, but, certainly don't introduce synthetic turf. Also, in the past, I've been told these things, first they should go before the Parks and Rec Commission. They can bring it up at a public meeting and this can be discussed there. It seems that should be the process. Go through Parks and Rec commissioners, have the public come, and then they can make a recommendation to staff or bring it back to you and ask you to go ahead and ask. Now, the other thing, I think a lot more research needs to be addressed, that besides the health issues, if you got this idea because you think you're going to save money with synthetic turf, it costs more in maintenance. Here's some, let's see, in a review, and this is from New York City when they had a bad experience with that when they did a trial. In a review of Parks Department purchasing contracts for synthetic turf, city limits found warranties that required biweekly brushing, sweeping, and watering. Brushes could contain no metal because broken bristles or fibers could lodge in the turf and create a safety hazard. Dirt and litter must be removed on a regular basis through mechanical sweepers. Oh no, mechanical sweepers can't be used when the temperature climbs to 90 degrees. Drains have to be cleaned periodically. Weeds should be stopped from poking through some surfaces by spraying the underlying asphalt with a grass killer every 2 years. So it's not like you're going to be saving on maintenance. You're going to be creating a maintenance nightmare. And owners are bound to vigorously enforce a smoking ban. How are you going to do that? And idling vehicles should be kept off the synthetic turf to prevent the surface from melting, and so on. I think my time's going to be up soon, but I never did get an answer from you or a call back. I asked for a call back. I don't know why synthetic turf is brought into this discussion at all. Why not just ask for more parks? I know you're trying to appease people, maybe some in the audience, putting this carrot out here, and it's a trick, because then you're going to make them buy into this synthetic turf idea. Thank you.
And for honorable mayor and council members, I object to this item as being short-sighted. It would be like paving paradise. We are just beginning an organic, non-toxic parks program, which will result in about a 25% reduction in landscaping expenses once the soil is allowed to grow beneficial bacteria. And it contains more organic and plant carbon material. Soil containing more plant material will be like a sponge, soaking up and conserving more water. As a resident of Ocean Hills Country Club, a senior community where compost tea from El Corazon is applied every week, and where landscape chemical costs have been cut by 66% since 2013, I ask you to keep on the non-toxic program, and you'll be reaping the savings also. Each acre of living turf sequesters about 0.8 tons of carbon per year, which is very good for our climate action plan. Artificial turf means the carbon-fighting grass will be killed off and replaced with ground-up automobile tires that leach over 100 chemicals into the air and into our aquifer. And as someone who has an organic farm in Oceanside, I would think that Mr. Rodriguez would appreciate that you wouldn't want these kinds of crumbled up tires and hairy plastic putting particles into your well water. All those wells are up by the Oceanside farms. If the city of Oceanside has money to retrofit parks with a bunch of hairy plastic and old tires, why not plant trees on the borders of the natural turf playing fields? You will get even more shade and carbon sequestration. It only takes about $10 per year worth of water to keep a hardwood alive. So I'm asking this council to please protect our public spaces from contamination. Thank you.
Josh Williams, to be followed by Zach Barrington, to be followed by Suzanne Hume, to be followed by John Bodorf.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff, Oceanside residents. My name is Josh Williams. I'm the director of coaching for Thunder Rugby. We're an all-volunteer youth rugby organization. We serve boys and girls between the ages of 5 and 18. And over the last 5 years, we've grown by over 200%. Our mission as an organization is developing leaders for good through the game of rugby. Our core values are humility, respect, and camaraderie. We are committed as an organization to allow and support every young person who wants to play rugby to play, regardless of their ability to pay. We need your help as an organization. Because of our growth, fields are our biggest challenge. And we're really asking any support you can in helping to provide all-lit, all-weather fields that we can use. Our season is November to March. So the lit fields are key because when you have kids in elementary school, they can't get to practice really earlier than 5:30 because their parents have to take them there. So this is what we're asking for, and we really appreciate your support. Thank you very much.
Hello, City Council. I do not envy your job at all. My name is Zach Barrington. I'm with the Warriors football. I'm going to piggyback off of Josh here. We kind of mesh together. We are soccer, we're not baseball. We also have grown probably more than 200% in the past couple of years. We intend to grow even more after seeing our 11U come through here earlier that took the 11U championship from the national champions a couple weeks ago. So we're getting bigger. The turf field, everybody has their opinion about that. Well, it's pretty much a good idea how we look at it because it's going to help all sports out. We need more fields. We don't have enough space. I've talked to everybody who has something to do with anything that have to do with fields here in Oceanside. There aren't enough. There's not enough schools. The schools don't work with us. We're at a point now where parents are wanting to leave Oceanside to play in other places where they have fields. Vista has turf fields. It works out great. If we were to do grass fields, that's fine. We just need more parks. We need more places. We need lights. I started coming to your meetings, I believe it was in April, and we've made no progress. I'm not here to complain. I'm only asking for help. Here in Oceanside, it's a make or break for a lot of our kids in a lot of our neighborhoods. I'm from Oceanside. I am Oceanside. I fear for our kids. We're either going to build parks or we're going to build prisons, and that's just what it is, right? You know what I'm talking about, Esther. I'll keep coming to these meetings. I've sat here again going on 4 hours. I should probably get a seat up here with you guys and ladies. A lot of complaints. Synthetic fields seem to work. It's going to help a lot of people. We need more parks. I had so many things I wanted to say. I wrote some stuff down, but with all these comments, your mind starts bouncing around. I'm just kind of talking from the heart. I'm hoping that we can come to some type of conclusion or answer or solution or something. We don't know what to do. Our next season is going to be starting. We're going to become a year-round sport. We're going to go start off with rugby, beginning part of the year. We're going to go to spring ball. We want to start having spring ball like all the other cities have. That's going to be football in the spring. Then we're going to do a flag, which rolls right over into our fall season. So we're going to be a year-round sport like soccer. Our kids are the kids that don't play soccer, that don't play baseball. So really they don't fit in this city. But we're a football city and we always have been. Correct. Help us out. I'm running out of time. Appreciate your time. But please, when you guys go home tonight, know that there's 600 kids in Oceanside that need a park. Parks. Okay? Appreciate it. Have a good evening.
Hi, and thank you so much. I'm Suzanne Hume, a resident of Oceanside and educational director of cleanearthforkids.org. Of course, we oppose the synthetic grass, of course. Of course, we want more parks and more playing fields. Exercise for kids is excellent. We know that synthetic turf, the accidents increase, and John has all those studies that we can send to you as well. So accidents and injuries increase with that, and we need to protect our kids. And we're talking about rugby here. That's, okay. All right, so some recommendations for children that are near the synthetic turf are: don't let children play on artificial turf with bare feet. Keep children and babies away from the turf whenever possible. Ensure hand washing before kids eat, drink, or adjust their mouth guards. Remove and shake shoes and any gear immediately after playing and going inside. Vacuum your car regularly to get rid of contaminants that may migrate from the field. And this is because synthetic turf is toxic. And so as we work so proudly in the city, right, to go forward and have a non-toxic IPM and do great things for our kids, like they're happening in Carlsbad and other cities, Irvine, we don't need to use synthetic turf. We've got the studies. It doesn't save money, and John has those studies as well, and so do the others. It doesn't save money. The turf gets hot. And when it does, it has to be watered. You have to use chemicals, etc. It doesn't make any sense. It's not good for the city. It's not good for the climate. It's not good for our kids. So if we really want to support our kids, yes, we will definitely invest in our parks. And we're happy to work very hard to get grants for the city, to plant trees, to provide educational opportunities, and make this city, the best that we can. We need to work together and really think about what we're doing here. Synthetic turf has to be replaced every 7 to 10 years. It doesn't save money. It's a crazy thing to do. So thank you.
I'm John with Cleaners for Kids. As she touched on, as an Australian government study showed that synthetic turf is more expensive than grass long term. Montgomery County parks over 20 years show that 49% more expensive going synthetic than just using natural grass. Synthetic turf has to be replaced every 7 to 10 years. And all of that material is not recycled. So it's tons of plastic and rubber all going to a landfill. So, which is, if it's a grass, you're basically just doing maintenance. You don't have to replace the grass field every 7 to 10 years. Synthetic turf requires maintenance. There's no savings from that standpoint. It has to be cleaned. It has to be disinfected. You have to sweep it. You have to do the infill replacement. You have to repair it. You even have to do weed control for it. The weeds will grow through artificial turf. You also have synthetic turf is a heat sink. It's just rubber. So 35 to 50 degrees higher than grass. Children are more sensitive to high temperatures. So you're looking at higher risk for dehydration, heat exhaustion, heat stroke, and even burns. There's pictures of kids who played in Texas that their shoes were actually melting on the synthetic turf during the hot summers. Synthetic turf also has a higher injury rate, according to the American Journal of Sports Medicine, looking at NFL players. The New York Times also showed that playing on synthetic turf gives you a higher rate of concussion. And that doesn't even touch into the whole chemical part of it. So as the people have touched on, synthetic turf is synthetic. It's made of plastic, it's made of rubber. So you've got microplastics, you've got VOCs, you've got, according to Yale School of Public Health, you got VOCs and SVOCs, you got heavy metals, and all of this is starting to come to light. We don't need the liability of putting something into play for kids that will, one, possibly give them cancer and cause them sickness, give them higher rates of concussion, and also cause them injury. We definitely need playing fields. Absolutely, 100%. More parks, more playing fields. But artificial turf is not linked to that. They don't go hand in hand. We can do parks and fields without synthetic turf. So please, let's go grass, let's go natural. It solves a lot more things than it solves, because artificial turf doesn't save any money. Thank you.
No more speakers.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. This was a discussion actually with respect to the parks master plan. Oh, did you have it? You were good.
I didn't have a slip in, but I did want to speak.
Make it quick.
I think what you need to do is look at what's the intent of the motion or the discovery that the council members are looking for. Obviously, I talked to the Warriors guy going out the door. You want more fields? Yeah. Do you care if they're AstroTurf or not? Do you want them AstroTurf? No, I want more fields. So, and it's obvious that there's a lot of investment in the city, in the ECAP, and carbon sequestration, and the loss of all that acreage of grass, and then we'll be actually going counterintuitively to the plans that we are trying to achieve as a city. Now, to bring the motion in this forum just didn't make sense because I think over the last year, quite a few of us have been in the same room going over the parks and recreation plans, have been to multiple community meetings, et cetera. And so obviously if there was rugby fields and different options that needed to be incorporated, it should have been done during that process, in my opinion, versus bringing up a separate motion to actually study AstroTurf. It's all just very counterintuitive when we have a process. We have a representative on our Parks and Rec Commission, could have brought this up for discussion. I mean, this could have been brought up before now, before bringing up, we're going to study specifically AstroTurf. It just seems very offsetting and just doesn't follow a really good, smooth process. So I'm sorry if I really interrupted your evening and spending this time, but I do appreciate the opportunity to speak. And I hope that you do nix any sort of AstroTurf and that you protect our kids. Thank you.
Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. We just completed the process for doing a master plan, and I'll say that artificial turf was never recognized as a high priority. Yes, there was discussion about trying to do multi-use fields, but the bottom line is this: most of the athletics are now year-round. And that's what the problem is. Before there were seasons, basketball, football, soccer, and now just about everything is, as you heard earlier by Zach, it's year-round. So that's why we're starting to see shortages and higher demand for fields. That, and as well the schools, the MOUs with the schools and especially the schools that are upgrading, they don't want to have any more public members being able to use the fields. Same thing's going to happen with Maricosta. We're already anticipating that the public is going to be not be able to have access to that field. So if the idea is to increase the use of fields, it's the lights. That's what we've been discussing at the Parks and Rec Commission, is that lights will extend the time that the fields are available. And that's what you heard Zach say from the Warriors. If we had lights, and that would be the same thing for rugby. If we had lights, and then we could extend the fields that we have. But going synthetic is not a priority. We only have $6 million in the account, and it's really meant for new parks. We don't have, perhaps maybe building a football field at El Corazon. I don't know if that would be a temporary, because football was never recognized as something that would go at El Corazon. So I think lights would make a lot more sense. That way we can extend the use of the fields, but you can't do a multi-use of a field when you have year-round sports now. It's not gonna. It doesn't matter. That soccer team is going to be playing all year round. It doesn't matter if you say, okay, let's build. Let's draw on top of it a rugby field. You're still going to have no access to rugby because soccer's year round. So let's build lights. Let's look and see how much it costs to build lights. But we have a ton of priorities for our Parks and Rec. This really ought to have gone to the Parks and Rec Commission. Thanks.
Mr. Olson, I have a question for you. Do we have teams using all of our sports fields this evening?
Honorable Mayor, council members, there are no sports teams using the fields this evening due to the rain. Councilmember Sanchez, during rain, our fields are closed, and with a rainstorm such as this, the fields are scheduled to be closed through Friday.
I meant it because of the rain. The reason for the question is the rain. So even if they had lights on all the fields, no one will be out there playing for the next few days.
That is correct.
Councilmember Rodriguez?
Thank you for your feedback and bringing up your concerns. I actually spent a lot of time in researching and found the opposite side of the spectrum, clarifying that there is environmental positives to moving forward on synthetic fields, which is a big reason why the city of Carlsbad has 5 of them, and in 2019 completed an over 200-page study which outlines the health risks and that the EPA currently still supports the use of synthetic fields. So I encourage you to please check out the city of Carlsbad, who adopted a climate action plan and study within their general plan a lot sooner than the city of Oceanside. I think there's a lot of opportunity here. Technologies in synthetic fields has changed. The life expectancy and the insurance on the fields that Carlsbad did were 8 years. They have now lasted 14 years. As of July, they approved the maintenance, so almost double the life expectancy. They do pay for themselves, and it's a professional field that we could assess and charge a fee for leagues to use, similar to the baseball fields. We can retrofit them to where we have mixed use of baseball. Then we can pull out the fence and we can do soccer or, football or rugby. There's just a lot of opportunity, and it is strongly supported by all surrounding cities to us. There's synthetic fields. And so I'm looking forward to moving forward on this motion to look for additional opportunities. I do agree with Councilmember Sanchez to include the opportunity of bringing in some lighting. I think that is a must. My kids, I have 7 of them. We go to the park and they play on the structures, and guess what they fall down on? Rubber, recycled tire material that bounces, and they touch it, and before they eat, guess what? I make them wash their hands. So I'm sure those same chemicals that you're concerned about are also in those same parks, including the new park we just dedicated. There is rubber, plastic materials that the children play on and fall on and scrape and inhale, and those same chemicals that you're concerned about are in those parks, are in that park material. So I'd like to make a motion to move forward, and Councilmember Keim, if you have some comments on this, but we're looking for staff.
Deputy Mayor Feller.
Thank you. First of all, the idea of retrofitting and the feasibility of it was the main purpose of talking about synthetic fields, but we need the lights. I mean, that's a given, and you've already got it in the Parks and Rec Master Plan. Nothing's decided here tonight other than to do a study. We have 90 days, and this will go through the process. This absolutely will be with the Parks and Rec to see it. These are not just parks, but what we need are the athletic fields with lighting, and there are many multi-use fields throughout San Diego County. I think it was Francis Parker has a field that's a football field and the baseball field. Santa Fe Christian has a football field and a baseball field and a softball field. And all of them, so they're multi-use. They can use them all the time in this kind of weather. They probably don't if it's dangerous for the children. But the idea of this is just going forward with looking at opportunities and ways to raise the level, bring up the level of the numbers of fields that we have available. The school district, I don't know if they're even in the picture, but we have a football field full football field at Lincoln. You have a full football field at Martin Luther King. You have a full football field that we talked about earlier at Jefferson. There are some fields out there, and I think there's ways to use them in other ways than just what they were designed for. A baseball field could become a football or rugby field as well. So I'm seconding the motion, and that's all I have.
Councilmember Keim.
Very quick. I spent almost all summer at synthetic fields. I have a 7-year-old that plays competitive soccer. It's a full-time job, I guess. I'm not a big fan of the synthetic fields, but I'd like to go forward just to see what the pricing is. So I'd prefer grass if we can afford that. But
And I would ask the maker in the second, I'll go along with the plan, provided that it also includes that health risk assessment, whether it's Carlsbad's, and also that the estimated costs include the life cycle cost analysis, so we can validate whether over the life of the...
I agree to that. I also wanted to throw in one other thing. We have 2 state championship high schools playing this weekend from Oceanside, El Camino and Oceanside. Even Oceanside's in this one. A lot of these kids came up through the Warriors and the Pop Warner and Oceanside, so it's exciting to continue the legacy.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote.
Thank you.
Motion approved, 4-1. Sanchez, no.
We'll go back to item 20. I'm going to open the public hearing, which is in regards to ordinance approving zone amendments and various entitlements for the Elkhorn zone property. We'll start with disclosures.
And as well, the community. I've had a few comments from the community, and I think that's it.
Applicant, community.
Staff, the applicant's representative, and community members.
staff and public.
Honorable Mayor, distinguished council members, for my second item this evening, I'm excited to bring forward the Elkhorn Zone Specific Plan Amendment, along with a tentative map and development plan. As previous project that I presented to you, we do have a follow-up presentation by the applicant's representative, Lightfoot Planning Group, so I'll make this presentation brief as well so we don't have redundancy. With that, we do have a zone amendment request to amend the specific plan. Essentially, this is going to adjust the land use area acreages, shift street AA to the east, and add the term arenas to the commercial recreation entertainment definition for allowable uses within the Elkhorn Zone Park. The purpose of shifting of the streets is dealing with the soil conditions on site, and so that's what's prompted the specific plan amendment and moving this project forward. As you can see with the aerial or the specific plan amendment shots, AA originally was further to the west from Rancho Del Oro Road, and it'll be moved closer to the east and some more suitable soil material. With that, the acreage boundary adjustments have been provided in your staff report and in the analysis showing the changes in acreages. Essentially, it's rectifying some of the slope areas for the project and ensuring that the habitat area is brought up to the current standard for the environmental document that was prepared for this. So they will be adding 6 acres for habitat. The other portions of the application in front of you this evening is a tentative map and development plan. The tentative map would essentially divide the 82.9 acre portion referred to as Oceanside Boulevard Commercial and Visitor Commercial into 19 numbered lots, 16 lettered lots, in order to allow a phase mass grading over the site and prepare the site for future development. We do have in process right now the arena for the area as well as a mixed-use project. And then they would go ahead at some later time do a phase grading of the Oceanside Boulevard commercial to prepare that for a future tenant or user or for sale purposes. So this is helping move projects forward within El Corazon. We have a lot going on. I've also recently taken to the Planning Commission a hotel project, so we're very busy out in the El Corazon area, and hopefully, start directing these funding sources to see the park to fruition. With the mass grading, there is approximately 1.8 million cubic yards of cut and 123 cubic yards of fill. Those areas denoted in red show where the export would go outside of the 82.9 acres, kind of at a stockpile situation, until the future development of other portions of the park are realized. It is a phased area, and so when will those sites actually see fill or stockpile on those areas? That's undetermined at this time, but the applicant might be able to speak a little more eloquently about that. This item was reviewed by the El Corazon Standing Committee back in August 2019. Unanimously 4-0 vote to recommend approval of the zone amendment as well as the tentative map and development plan to the City Council for final action. And it also went to the Planning Commission on October 21st with where it was taken into consideration when a 5-2 vote to recommend approval of the zone amendment, tentative map, and development plan. There were 2 votes that were against moving this project forward, and those items, I know they've been brought forward and have been thoroughly analyzed in the report before you this evening. With that, staff recommends that this council take 2 action, the first being an introduction of an ordinance for Zone Amendment 1704 to amend the El Corazon specific plan consistent with the acreage shifting of Street AA and adding the term arenas. And the second action would be that the City Council adopt a resolution considering the environmental impact report addendum and approving the tentative map and development plan for the site. Along with the development plan, the applicant is going to be putting in some of the infrastructure, sewer, water, as well as roadways, bikeways, things such as that. That concludes staff's presentation, and I'd like to turn it over to our Deputy City Manager, Mr. Jonathan Borrego, who'd like to elaborate on some comments that we received from the Friends of El Corazon subsequent to the package being delivered to this body. And I'll make myself available upon his conclusion.
Thank you, Richard. Honorable Mayor and City Council members, I just wanted to take a few moments to speak to some of the issues that have been raised by the Friends of El Corazon. Also wanted to let you know that I did have a discussion this afternoon with 2 representatives from that group, Mr. Rogers and Ms. Nygaard, who are here this evening as well. So I'm sure you're going to hear from them as well. I think generally, I would characterize the conversation that we had this afternoon as we're in agreement with certain things that need to be done out there. I did express the opinion that I didn't necessarily think that what they were asking for was appropriate to add as conditions of approval to this particular project, simply because of the scope of this project involves essentially a subdivision of property and some realignment of streets, and of course a change in definition to allow a future arena use. But this action in and of itself tonight does not include any entitlements for new development. Any forthcoming development will be subject to a subsequent entitlement review process. So just wanted to touch on the points that were raised in that letter. And I'm going to keep this as quick as I can because I know the hour is getting late here. But the first issue or condition that was listed in their letter had to do with creating a rough grading plan for some of the baseball fields. And I think, quite honestly, this relates to some of the concerns that have been expressed recently from members of the Friends who have expressed concerns that the soil that's being moved out there as development moves forward needs to be done so in a manner that makes sense with respect to the ultimate build out of the park. And I think, as I mentioned, we're both in agreement that that needs to be done. I did mention to the representatives this afternoon that we are being very strategic in terms of how dirt is moved out there, and certainly any fill material that takes place subsequent to tonight's action, should it be approved, will be done in a manner that's strategic and respects the build out of the park as currently envisioned under the specific plan. And we too agree that it doesn't make any sense to move the dirt twice.
The second issue had to do with the need to create a long-term parking plan. I know that this is an issue that the Friends have been actively discussing with the Sudbury Group. And we all agree, I think, that there does need to be a parking plan that's developed out there in light of everything that happens to be coming down the pipeline here. And as I mentioned to them this afternoon, the issue of parking in particular is going to be an issue that's front and center as the arena proposal moves forward. And we expect that through that project, we will need to address the long-term parking arrangement for Alcora Zone. Because as I believe everyone knows at this point, they're relying on what is now considered a temporary parking fill to park that arena. So some decisions will need to be made as to how that looks moving forward, and in respect to the build out of the rest of the specific plan. Also, there were concerns that have been raised, and I believe this issue did come up at the Planning Commission as well, in terms of the build out of the park as it relates to the recently adopted CAP, the Climate Action Plan. And I think that staff would agree that although there were greenhouse gas emission overrides that were part of the original Alcora Zone specific plan, so the development, and it was a program level environmental impact report, by the way, that was approved. And there were overrides for greenhouse gas emissions. Of course, subsequently, the city has adopted general plan policies, including the CAP. And so our expectation would be that any future development moving forward would need to demonstrate consistency with the CAP goals. There were some comments made with regards to the mitigation area adjacent to Oceanside Boulevard and whether or not there could be a restoration plan developed. I think we agreed that we would work with the Friends to get a better understanding of what the issue is there. I think we had a discussion about what exactly the city's obligations are with respect to those 20 acres. So we'll kind of continue to work through that issue as well. I'm sure they'll probably speak to that a little bit further in detail. The final issue had to do with the issue of creating a transportation demand management plan. The EIR does require the preparation of transportation management plans as development moves forward. We have been doing that with development as it has moved forward there, and we'll continue to do that. At this point, it would be difficult to prepare a transportation management plan for the build out of the park, because at this point we still don't have a clear understanding of what the exact uses are going to be. Things like number of vehicle trips, number of employees, hours of operations, peak hours, and so forth. So it's difficult to prepare a plan that would cover the build out of the park. And so we would continue to look at each development as it's moved forward and review a transportation demand plan in addition, or in conjunction, I should say, with each future piece of development. So just wanted to share all that information with council, and certainly happy to answer any additional questions. Thank you.
This would be the time for the applicant's presentation, if you have one.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. It's a pleasure to be here before you. My name is Marco Sessa. I am a principal with Sudbury Properties, and we're very excited to reach one of the milestones in a rather complicated and lengthy process. I do want to visit a little bit before Mr. Greenbauer and Borrego did wonderful jobs of addressing some of the technical aspects. So I'm going to give a little bit of a brief overview of some of the items that warranted being here and why we're having to do an amendment, and also ensure you're aware that we have here our traffic engineer, our consultant that wrote the EIR addendum, our planning consultant, our staff, our CEQA attorney, and our civil engineer available to answer any questions. So I am going to try to go fast because I'm spending about $2,500 an hour since 6 o'clock. You guys trusted us to shepherd this property through development back in 2011 after going through with many stakeholders to develop a wonderful plan. There were components of that plan as we began to get into the details of implementing the plan that 3.5 years ago we came forward and did an amendment to that plan that allowed us to bring forward residential and the mixed-use project that we've recently submitted in a way that was workable. And during that hearing, Councilmember Sanchez asked us if we could go faster. And so unfortunately, I wish we would have been here years ago, but the process to bring this stuff forward runs into a number of unknowns. We had, as we began doing final engineering on the site to get the tentative map done, we found some significant geology issues that required us to move one of the roads. And moving that road, that triggered a bunch of different things with areas. And while we didn't think as we were going through that specific plan that those issues really warranted any kind of EIR addendum of even a specific plan addendum, staff and the folks here at the city felt that that was something important and doing it so that there was out in the public light. That process, as lengthy as it has been, also though gave us an opportunity to have the ownership group of the San Diego Sockers approach us and asked us if we would be interested in bring forward collectively with them in partnership an arena on the site. And so as we were processing the mapping components of this addendum, we then saw an opportunity to include and basically change a handful of words within the specific plan that would allow the arena as a use. We subsequent, when that came in, went through a lengthy process with a traffic analysis and basically all the different environmental components to ensure that the 2009 EIR in no way was being violated. That is, we weren't increasing traffic, we weren't increasing greenhouse gas emissions, we weren't doing more grading than what was originally contemplated. So all of the mitigation and monitoring and reporting program from that EIR remain valid. All of the transportation phasing plans remain in effect. The MMRP includes requirements to bring forward a TDM. We have a TMP for individual events at the soccer fields as well as what would happen at the arena. So a lot of the things that we're hearing as concerns as we bring these forward are things that really the city did a wonderful job in 2009 incorporating in that EIR. So really, we see this step as somewhat mechanics of getting to the goal line of starting construction. So what's also before here is simply the subdivision and the tentative map. It doesn't, as Mr. Borrego said, allow for any vertical development. It's simply subdividing land and delineating streets in a way that the specific plan had contemplated them. We have, as was mentioned, 2 applications in front of you right now that are beginning the process. One is for the discretionary portion of the arena that should follow all of the framework that we've done over the last 6 years to get to this point, as well as a mixed-use community of 268 apartments and some retail along the spine frontage, exactly as delineated in 3.5 years ago when we came forward with that amendment. So those are the things. I have a handful of slides here, and really it kind of maps out what I just said. And the 3 items being the land use areas as we move the road around, and the term of arena added to the commercial, recreational, and entertainment. The areas in the little yellow dots there are really where the fine tuning of the mapping occurred as we got better understanding of the geology of the site. You saw this slide earlier. You can see the areas in red and in green as we actually did the engineering and mapping of what slopes would be. You know, the original specific plan had a lot of work done, but it really didn't do the engineering to really, you know, I call it, you know, all the lines were kind of done with fat markers as opposed to fine tune where we're getting to today. tentative map and development plan simply subdivide the property and identify what areas are going to be public streets and sidewalks and so forth, all per the specific plan. This shows you the area. Obviously, the City of Oceanside owns all this land, so we've had an interesting experience over the last few months trying to get all the conditions of approval right that are oftentimes written for an owner-owned piece of property, and spent a lot of time with the city attorney and with your team trying to make sure that those conditions were appropriate. You can see that the areas, I don't know if, oh, here we go. The two projects that are, the arena is being looked at on the parcels where you see the cursor right there, and then the apartment community is on those 4 parcels, directly across from the Senior Center and Future Aquatic Center. That will be the first phase, followed up by the areas down below. Those upper areas have significantly less grading issues, so there's about 1.8 million yards of dirt that needs to be moved. The first phase is approximately 300,000 yards with about 1.5 million on the southern half. The basis for a lot of the traffic analysis and so forth were based on a development program that is now less than what was in the original plan, and even with the addition of the arena, the overall trips out of the site were reduced by nearly 10,000 trips a day. So in summary, it obviously continues to support the vision of the El Core zone. Continue to look at the future. There's a lot of moving parts, so the last thing we ever want to do is move dirt twice, or obviously we are very budget conscious and want to do things efficiently, and so there's no desire to make portions of the park more expensive than necessary. And ultimately, the goal is to get the development implemented to begin to generate some revenue for the city and implement other parts of the park. Thank you. I'm available for any questions.
We have speakers?
Yes, we do. We have 5 speakers. I will call your names, and please come down to the next available microphone. Our first speaker is Ken Hacker, to be followed by Susie Murphy, to be followed by Ben Stone, to be followed by Diane Nygaard.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. City Council. 3 of you people have been involved with El Core Zone from the inception, and 2 of you approved the specific plan. And of course, we have 2 newcomers here who are involved with El Core Zone at the current time. Excuse me. I object to this updated proposal for several reasons. Number 1, I like the arena. I hope they continue with it. However, they have not addressed the parking for the arena. 8,000 people arena says you're going to typically have any place between 3,000 to 4,000 cars coming in there in a 2-hour period. Where are you going to park these cars? They talk about permanent parking and semi-permanent parking. You can only park 100 cars per acre. So that says for 4,000 cars, you have to have a minimum of 40 acres of parking. Are they going to, will there be permanent parking structures? What I'd like to see is a more complete plan of what Sudbury wants to do. The second part is the dirt that they want to move. They're talking about 1.5 million cubic yards of dirt, and they're going to put it in 3 different areas. I don't know how tall it is in those 3 areas, but if you take a look at 1.5 million cubic yards of dirt, it is 1 mile long by 900 feet wide by 10 feet deep, and that says your dirt would be from Rancho del Oro to El Camino Real, all along Oceanside Boulevard. And that is the dirt that they're going to move in this period of time. What are they going to do with it? Is the dirt any good? Can they use it for something else? I don't know. I know Sudbury has done, I think, 60 boreholes to find out what's going on. But I think there has to be more should be done right now too, before you approve this amendment to the specific plan. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Susie Murphy. Thanks for giving us the time to speak tonight. I'm the executive director of the San Diego Mountain Biking Association. I also sit on the County Parks Advisory Committee, and I'm here tonight to represent our 1,500 members across the county, many of whom, of the Mountain Biking Association, many of whom live in the North County and in Oceanside specifically. We support the development of El Corazon as a much-needed open space park for Oceanside. It will provide the needed recreational space and opportunities for people to spend time outdoors. As this plan is considered and uses and management plans are finalized, as I realize this is early on, we encourage the city to provide inclusive recreation opportunities. This plan states on page 60 that pedestrians only are allowed on nature trails and that cyclists would be prohibited. There will be several miles of trail in this plan that should be multi-use, not only for hikers, dog walkers, and trail runners, but also for bike riders as well. Most trails in the county are multi-use, and any well-designed open space that includes trails can include multi-use trails and a plan to manage them appropriately. Cycling is a healthy activity that families can enjoy together, from people from 2 years old to 80 plus, as we see in our membership. Also, nearby residents in the development that's happening would enjoy access to the trails for daily exercise, whether they're walking or cycling. Quality natural surface trails are lacking in North County in general, and specifically in Oceanside. Shutting out a primary user group is not setting a tone of inclusivity for recreation in Oceanside. I'm sure that the council members and the mayor value any opportunity to encourage healthy lifestyles and choices that allow for exercise and enjoying the outdoors. Cycling is such an activity which should not be prohibited from a public park with such potential. So we support this project and the issues that are brought up here tonight. Thank you.
Ben Stone. I'm the Trails Coordinator for the San Diego Mountain Biking Association. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you council members, Mayor, this evening. I looked at the agenda and I thought to myself, a 34-unit development, how long could that take on the agenda? And here we are. We've been following the El Corazon park plan for some time. Definitely a asset that is badly needed in Oceanside. As Susie mentioned, we have about 1,500 members total. Several hundred of those are in the Oceanside vicinity. People are looking for regular opportunities, and when I sort of saw this come across the agenda, I realized that on page 59 and 60, it does spell out pretty specific language barring cyclists from those trails. Those would potentially be the only single track natural surface trails, give or take to my knowledge, in Oceanside. So I feel it would be a mistake. And just for context, we generally refer to trails as, narrow single track natural surface. So pathways, greenways, we tend to differentiate a bit. So I really hope perhaps out of this evening, we want to continue to support El Corazon moving forward. Out of this evening, potentially we can look at a way to find out how we can assist to get those trails to be open to multi-use and cyclists. Thank you very much.
Diane Nygaard, to be followed by Jan DeRosiers.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. It's been a especially long night tonight, and I feel like I need to start saying with development on El Corazon, we've seen developers who represent the good, the bad, and the ugly. And certainly the Sudbury team is part of the good. And we very much appreciate the good faith effort they have put into working with us over the last 10 years. And this item that's before you tonight, we have spent a great deal of time working through a lot of details. We especially appreciate how they moved the landscape buffer around Park 9 and have agreed to begin planting of trees for three key parts along the promenade, and numerous other details that we've worked through. Mr. Borrego's comments gave us some comfort earlier today and what he repeated again tonight, but that to us is not council direction. We've been talking about some of these issues for several years now. We don't want to see the development delayed because these issues haven't been addressed, and we think it's very important that we start to address them so that the development can move forward as planned. I just want to touch on a couple of them, and one is the 20 acres coastal sage scrub restoration along Oceanside Boulevard. If you remember going way back, there was some controversy about that. That is a requirement by the wildlife agencies. There was a condition in the EIR. Our understanding some time ago is that the first development on El Corazon would trigger that. That would have been the condo projects. We found out we were wrong about that. It's the first development that impacts sensitive habitat. And part of this next phase of development will do that. I think one important question is, do we really want to mitigate with non-native grassland, or shall we use the money that would be spent for that and start this 20-acre restoration that we're going to be triggered to do? And if we do it the right way, by plan, we will reduce the cost for doing that. It'll make it easier for them to mitigate it. And by gosh, we've got volunteers out there every month who love to dig in the dirt and do exactly that kind of work. And so we can help reduce the cost of doing that as well. And we do need to have some further discussion about the TDM plan. I think there's some differences of opinion about that and how it could happen, how a number of trips would trigger key actions, and so that every development is paying their fair share. And we end up reducing the traffic failures that will result from this project, and it's why we had overriding considerations. We all need to work together to each do a little bit with every project, and it will not have as bad a failures as what we will see when we build out this wonderful park. And I'm certainly going to follow up with my friends from the San Diego Mountain Biking Association and explain to them there's only 1.3 miles on that site that's restricted pedestrian only, and that was a requirement of the wildlife agencies and a condition of getting the permits for the project. And with that, let's approve this project and move forward building a park in the heart of Oceanside. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, councilpersons, and staff. First of all, I'm speaking in favor of the project this evening. Diane and I had a most enlightening conversation with Jonathan today. I think the Friends of El Corazon, throughout this whole process and any of the processes of the whole development, have been looked at as this group who's coming up and constantly bringing up all of these things and what are they doing. And we right now feel the best about it in our relationship with the city because Jonathan did put us at rest. We weren't able to look in his eyes as he talked, but his demeanor and the information that he gave us on things that are being worked on behind the scenes really gave us a lot of comfort in what was going on. I've said before that Sudbury is the best. We love working with them. They're very, very attentive to us. And I think that we have a good working partnership right now to last a long time. And Peter, thank you also for your conversation this afternoon. I appreciate your enlightenment also. So yes, please, let's, like Esther said, hurry up. Let's get Sudbury on board and let's approve this plan, please. Thank you.
Speaker slips, but this is a public hearing.
Is that all the speakers? Mr. Knott?
Mayor, council members, Jimmy Knott, 127 Sherry Lane.
I first want to remind everyone that this is supposed to be the citizens of Oceanside's park. Keep that in mind, number one. And as we go along, if there is a marina built, we have to take in consideration Oceanside's underprivileged youth and seniors. They need to be included in any plan to be given either free or substantially discounted admission to any arena event, because that is only fair to those families that cannot afford the cost of such events. You can go down to the Padres and it's too much for you, even a family of 5 to go. Also, mandate off-site shuttles to eliminate the traffic concerns. And here's something that Mayor Weiss told me years ago regarding the soils. You told me directly that rehabbing the soils in many cases at that site would be near impossible or cost prohibitive. And that is a quote from him long ago when we were talking about rehabilitating, using some of the soils rehabilitated, some from Mary Mataba's, soil remediation sites there. And all the playing fields, including the soccer fields, were to be for multi-purpose uses, not exclusive uses, but multi-purpose uses, including football and baseball. Have we forgotten that? Those were some of the things that were brought up during the public hearings. And I think we all have some gray hairs to basically remember those things. Thank you.
Seeing no other speakers, I'll close the public hearing portion of this. Mr. Borrego, Mr. Hacker raised the issue of the parking. I'm presuming with the arena as a permanent improvement, they would have to formally address how they're going to park it.
That's correct. We fully expect to have that issue addressed when that entitlement moves forward.
Thank you. And I'm also presuming whether it's the arena or the mixed use, as the first permanent development on El Corazon, there are a number of mitigation measures that were identified with the first development or the second phase or the third phase. All the requirements in the EIR and the mitigation monitoring reporting plan for the first development will be addressed with that first development.
That's correct.
Thank you. Councilmember Sanchez.
Thank you. Thank you. And I am a little sorry that you've been here so long, but you did hear our discussion about demand for fields. So yes, I want you to hurry up. But we never really tied, I think when we started off, we were just so happy about kumbayaing on this project and wanting to see how it could pay for itself, and hoping that this would be gotten along a lot faster than now, right? I mean, we're talking, 2010? So nine years later. So big question here. And I know it's not part of the report, but when can we see the first field? And is it possible to have a temporary field, for our brethren in football and possibly rugby? When can we see that? When
right now, obviously, there are 22 soccer fields in place.
Yeah.
Those get restriped for tournaments depending on the ages. There are 5 fields right now that are set aside for Oceanside Soccer, and those are used all the time by Oceanside Soccer. We are currently working with the real estate folks in Doug Edow to locate fencing that would separate two fields that would be available for regular use. Now, unfortunately, this time of year, it does not have lights. And
Right.
so the lighting discussion would be something that we would need to have with city staff. And obviously you've got parking issue. It's not just the field that needs to be lit, but then it becomes the parking. Some of that is being addressed, as you'll see when the arena comes forward and the permanent parking solutions that will come forward tied to that arena. But that's also a discussion with real estate on where that's located and so forth. So there are things occurring as we speak to provide, I think, more public access to the existing facilities. But I do must say that that must be balanced with the ability of the existing facility to operate as a world-class tournament facility, which it currently is. We are drawing folks from all over the country, if not the world, in tournaments. And part of it is because of the surface of the facility and the great care and pain that we take in maintaining that grass.
That grass, right? Not artificial turf?
It is grass.
Yeah. So, no, I understand that the fields, the 22 fields are used and very often in high demand. So I was really thinking in terms of another field. Is that something that you see that could be done earlier to try to help us out in terms of
I think
demand?
We need to look at areas where are going to be available a place to fill, or potentially could there be temporary facilities? This is a long-term process to ultimately end up with that plan.
And that's why
there's going to be a series of steps to get there. And some of the unknowns are things, we can't sit here today and tell you exactly what the topography is in areas where, Moody's is doing work today. We just heard how great it was that they're providing compost in areas. Well, that park ultimately has that potentially moving locations. We have areas where construction debris is being crushed and things like that. Those areas obviously are in constant flux. And so it's hard for us to sit here today and say, yes, let's pick that corner and try to identify a location, because there is a continual kind of moving puzzle around the site. And we're trying to fix the portions within the tentative map, and as we are able to implement some of that grading, we can then deliver and deposit the fill in locations that may be most appropriate to create some of those areas in interim conditions. We right now are the 1.8 million yards of grading that will occur as part of that tentative map. We likely will bring forward that tentative map in 2 phases, so we won't generate all that dirt. There are areas that significantly need to come up to get to the grades of what the specific plan contemplated. And so there's an awful lot of engineering and work that will need to happen for those park areas. So I think we will work collectively to try to find areas it's easy to, I think, turf a field. Some of the other access and things like that become harder, and obviously need to be able to maintain ADA and all the things that are required.
Right. Well, you were able to get out 22 soccer fields, well, not exactly like that, but if you can work with staff in trying to come up with some temporary fields, I think that would really, really help us out. But yes, I move, what is it? I move introduction of the ordinance, adoption of the resolution. And, but I guess I was hoping it would go faster.
Me too.
Because I knew that we needed the fields above and beyond the 22, for your usage, as well as, the soccer, the Oceanside soccer. But, we have had a request for football for quite a long time, football fields, especially, as you heard, since they've been kind of kicked out of Oceanside High School and El Camino High School, and now probably going to be Maricosta.
I'm very aware. I have an 11-year-old son that we actually get to fly to Florida this weekend for the Pop Warner Super Bowl, and they have been unable to practice the last few days because they can't find lit fields, or because they're all wet, and the ones that are turf that are available are all filled by other sports right now. So it's a problem, and it's not just in Oceanside. I mean, it's frankly all of Southern California.
Right. All right. Thank you.
Councilmember Rodriguez.
Thank you. I'll try try to be as quick as possible because I know we're just approving a tentative map, but I do want to just make some statements in reference to my due diligence and beginning to understand more and more the complexities of El Corps Zone. And what was given to us was a kind of a mess with, you know, a couple $1 million, and we're working and chipping away at this. And so I thank you for your patience and your drive and innovation to work with our city and our residents to hopefully one day in my lifetime, most likely, to have this come to fruition. But I know from a business perspective is parks, infrastructure, those dynamics cost money. And if we're going to leverage development to cover the cost of this, money needs to be made. And so with that being said, the origins of El Corps Zone was basing revenues, from my understanding, on commercial and retail. And being in real estate, that location is not the best for commercial and retail. So we have to have an anchor, and that anchor, in my opinion, has moved toward competitive sports. I think that's the anchor that's going to fill the hotel rooms, that's going to fill the restaurants, that's going to sell condos, that's going to pay for the park to be built and to pay for the infrastructure and public safety and mitigations. And so what I would just like to say, since you are the developer of choice and you've worked with our city, is keep up with the innovation. If you have additional ideas on, you come up with the stadium idea, that's great. Let's add it in there. Let's do it. Let's make some money. If you have other bigger ideas, I would encourage you to please bring them forward so we can work with, our residents and El Corps Zone, Friends of El Corps Zone, to really speed dial what we're trying to do up there. And we know that's going to take money. And so it's in this tug of war and this partnership that we can get there sooner. And so bring in the ideas, let's keep this working and moving forward. So I would like to second Esther's motion.
We have a motion and a second. Please vote. Oh, go ahead, Mr. Muller. Sorry, Mr. Attorney.
Okay, we have a resolution for the entitlements, but also the introduction of an ordinance of the City of Oceanside, California, amending the El Corps Zone specific plan to adjust the land use area acreages consistent with the actual build-out data, shift Street AA to the east, and add the term arenas to the commercial recreation and entertainment definition of allowable uses within the Village Commercial VC Zone District.
Please vote.
5-0.
And with that, we will adjourn to 3:30 Wednesday, December 18th.